시작할래? 맥시같이 가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the board.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us all!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You demon. Please.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
What is up, everyone? Liz here with your weekly dose of NACT recap. Regular season of the NACT, that's done and dusted. Playoffs kicked off last weekend with 4 teams sending a clear message to the NACT community with their clean sweeps. That's Vegas, we're coming for you. Sadly, not much discussed between GG versus Legacy and BTK versus Bloodhounds, except the fact that there are reasons why GG and BTK are crowd favorites, and those reasons are going to become clear as we enter into the later stages of the NACT Spring. Huge shout out though to NA's pride and joy, Mobazane, for clinching his first Savage and MVP of the week this season. Let's tune in on BTK's hype behind the scenes.
Scored ult.
Nice.
Any flickers?
Yeah, 30 extra.
Oh,
shit. Holy savage. Oh my god, you're getting the interview. You're getting the interview right there. Savage. Milo!
I got it.
No flicker, no flicker.
I got it.
Damn.
Wait, America! I'm doing the America thing right now.
In the clash of the top challengers, Area 77 brought the heat with Yureshi pulling out some beautiful flanks left and right. CC on his hands is simply built different, which makes me wonder, when is Yureshi dropping his CC dive? The other team that toppled BTK in regular season, aka the Night Horde, seemed a little thrown off by their roster adjustments. Despite adding in Assassin Master Zero, Night Horde got struck hard by Devious Activity's botch-infused powertrain. Zero's mechanical prowess seems to make him the go-to sub for NA pros, securing himself yet another last-minute playoff ticket like his Area 77 run in NACT Fall. But if we've learned anything this season, is that team synergy trumps raw skills just because of how close the NA Pro League is right now. On a side note, we can officially confirm that Zeke and Naisu are practically twins separated at birth. Just don't tell Naisu, because clearly Zeke got the better mustache gene. I hope you guys are as pumped as I am for playoffs week 2. Can A77 ride the momentum to avenge GG and turn an almost match win into an actual victory in the books? And what about the quote-unquote orphan match featuring fathers and sons? Will Joybosh complete the Fallout Brothers to take down a new BTK and Savage Bobs of Mobazane? Or will Yato be eating his words up after poking the sleeping bear who's either on his clippable stream hiatus or just simply matured from drama era?
Zane has 3 heroes. I hope Zane can learn some assassin, because like, can't play anything else.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know, we shall find out this weekend. Stay tuned for our next NACT broadcast coming to you live Saturday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Host Liz, signing off.
멸치같이 가운데요.
Hey, come on, come on. Ha! Okay. Power Gazer!
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming for us!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You, Jim. Please.
Today's the day, everyone, where legends clash and stories rewrite. Welcome to week 2 of the NACT Spring 2024 playoffs. We've got veteran NACT champs hungry for glory against reigning champs who's held the throne for 6 seasons. And can the Fallout brothers, the trio who's left behind, flip the script for BTK 3.0? It's a showdown of the ages unfolding before our eyes, and who better to cast the matches than our pro voice actor, private dancer, and NA's own pro player turned analyst, Yue. How are you boys doing today? I want to hear your hype.
Dude, I'm about to jitter out of my chair. This entire week since last week, knowing what matches are going to be happening here today, I've been so excited. I've been talking to people. Even yesterday, I was so hype about it. Today, I'm excited. It is finally the day for these top 4 teams in North America.
Yeah, and you know, only 2 of these teams are going to be coming out on top in the upper bracket. The other 2 teams actually get sent down to the lower, and you know, when they do get into those positions, it's quite hard to climb up. You know, they have to really try really hard. So this is very key, important matches, especially leading up into the grand finals, which is going to be the offline thing. But you know, Liz, there's 2 matches coming out today. Which one are you more excited about?
Well, I'm excited about whichever match is more exciting. So let's take a look at the schedule today first. Private, why don't you take us through it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be kicking off today with Gaimin Gladiators taking on the original NACT winners way back 2 years ago, Area 77. And then it's going to be the BloodThirstyKings taking on the team I've nicknamed the BTK Orphans, Devious Activity.
Ooh, tough matches for both of those teams, actually. You know, GG has been dominating every single game, and now they're gonna be going up to an A77, which you know, A77 has had the momentum, especially in the last half of the round robin leading up to this. They've had great wins, and now they're looking to push forward here to see if they could get the match on top of GG.
You've got it. It is the veteran champs versus the current champs, and the BTK 2.0 versus BTK 3.0, if we put it simply. So let's take a refresher at our playoffs bracket to really understand how the playoff stage takes off. So coming in with 8 of the same rosters in regular season, but this week is a defining moment where somebody is going home. Today is the victors bracket, where it's going to be best out of 5s, and the best out of 3s is going to come when tomorrow's matches, and somebody is going to go home in the lowest bracket. The detailed bracket is as shown on the screen, reflecting the teams' regular season standings. GG and BTK had top standings of the regular season, which makes them having an relatively easier bracket coming in last weekend, but things are shaking up this weekend, and only 2 teams in the end will advance to the offline grand finals that Yue just mentioned will be in Las Vegas coming in at May. I mean, that's something that I'm super excited about, just to watch the matches.
Yeah. Yeah, NACT returns to Las Vegas. I mean, we've had some of the most memorable matches, and especially in that location was the most memorable, where BTK against all odds was able to defeat OP. So a lot of history in that in the HyperX arena. So yeah.
I mean, you know, the Long Beach one was actually quite eventful for me too. I know when they did have it in Vegas, I did throw like a little gathering, a little watch party, and I know we had an opportunity to come up and say hi, especially when, you know, BTK came back and reverse sweep there. So, you know, very, very good memories for the grand finals in Vegas. Hopefully this time I get to come across and visit, because, you know, I was watching some of the vlogs from back then. You guys had a great time over there.
Yeah, it seems super exciting. The venue, the people, and everything, and it's all coming together. So let's take a look at the prize pool of what our players are looking at. $25,000 in diamonds are waiting our players, and the champion will go home with $10,000 cash prize. And we've mentioned this before, this season we also have $100 bonus for each win, and a seasonal additional finals MVP prize for the GOAT of the season. And the cherry on top for me personally is that the NACT will represent North America heading into the MSC, which is in the Esport World Cup, hyping up to be one of the biggest esport events in a very well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, just the hype around MSC. We've been seeing it kind of ripple through North America. Even just now, like with how competitive all of these teams have been, how much practice they've gotten in. This has been, for me, the most competitive I've seen North America, especially here at the top, that we've been witnessing. So many backs and forth, to the point that I think I'm at the bottom of predictions right now, just because of all of the surprises that all of these teams have brought out. Well, I think we're both down there hand in hand at the bottom of the predictions here, but that just shows you how surprising it's been here, back and forth with a lot of these teams.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of these teams, they it really does show that they're preparing a lot. They're doing their homework, and especially with like a lot of the new coaches that are coming in. I know we have Midnight from the PH area coming in to help out some teams. I also know GG has some coaches too. So a lot of resources have been used for these teams to prepare to get onto, you know, the biggest stage in North America and to get on this biggest stage of the world and to be able to compete in this kind of like world-class bracket. And you know, all these teams coming together. Once again, you talked about the prediction. It's been quite off, even for me. You know, it's quite 50-50. So it's very exciting to see who will come out on top tonight.
For sure. I mean, this season is the closest season we've got, and also the biggest stage and the biggest prize pool in Mobile Legend history for the MSC. So that's got to be something that you're hyped up about. But we're jumping too ahead of ourselves, because today's matches is going to be some of the most exciting matches of this season. So let's take a look at the first series of the night, Area 77 versus GG. Yes, I'm assuming now we talked about the bracket, the roster coming in for GG. We have the usual, the 5 guys, the 5 boys who's always here. Nothing has changed about their roster, and interestingly enough, for Area 77, nothing really changed as well. So we have 2 teams who are very confident with their lineup. 5 Musketeers standing here: Shark, Zia, Hoon, Best Player, and Boy Chicken.
Yes, arguably some of the top, and I would argue so like many of these, number 1 or number 2 in their respective positions here in North America. They perform, and not just, I want to say, isolated in their own lane, but the synergy, their rotations. We're talking about guys who've been playing together for about 2 years now, and they show that when they're in their matches. So, and that's something that definitely needs to be watched out by their opponents, especially here by Area 77, if they're hoping to be successful.
Yeah, no, I mean, A77 is up against a full team of veterans that have performed well, has kind of like the experience backed up by it, has the placements that are backed up by it. These guys, you know, it is the 1s and 2s of each of the roles, and it's the all-star team, but this is going to be a 5-man team, right, Private? So like, even if these guys are in their respective roles, they do have to be able to have the synergy, have the strategies, have the patience to be able to take the game onto the next level and to find the victory, especially in, you know, a tight series like this here.
Exactly. I mean, it's to find the strategy, find the synergy. We saw GG play against Area 77 in their better season, and they had a pretty hard match against A77, even though they took the series home, right? So let's see if that's going to happen again today. Now, we might expect some roster adjustments within the team for Area 77. So let's see if today Mark Cutie can come from his work to the lineup. Yes, we have Mark Cutie, J Cutie, ISO, Tarzan, and Ureshi. Now, this season, the only shakeup that we saw with Area 77's roster is between Mar and their sub, right? But for GG, we don't even have a sub or a coach. So that's something that, do you guys think is going to cost GG towards the long run?
Well, I mean, GG have shown that even sans a coach, they are just some remarkable players. But, I mean, everybody knows the story of GG because they've been dominating for so long in North America. Area 77, though, I mean, we're talking about Ureshi, who has just been this, I want to say, dominating force on the team. And even in the background, I want to talk a little bit, shine some lights on, I believe, Sir Rose, who's been doing the drafting for Area 77, which I feel like has had like a just a monumental effect on how well and how positive and confident that Area 77 has been going into a lot of these matches. And I feel like that's going to be the ultimate question with GG without somebody exterior doing the drafting for them, and how will that stack up against a team like Area 77 that I feel like is just as skilled, just as talented, but with somebody else there on the outside that can maybe see some things from the outside on these drafts and maybe apply that to some of these games.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about Rose earlier, and Rose is a guy, especially in North America. He's been in a lot of professional scenes, been in a lot of the great teams in North America, played well. And, you know, during his times that he was playing, he had one of the most, like highest numbers of Supreme titles in North America. Multi-role player, Roam, XP, anything you could give it to him, he has it in his arsenal. And, you know, now that he is on the coaching position for A77, paired up with Smiling, right? Like, this is like a very good 1-2 punch for the side of A77 to have like this backbone that they could rely on, this you know, 6-man that they could find out a sense of direction. So, you know, a lot of like the mediators, like a lot of the scuffles that they have gets resolved quite quickly. But on the other hand, GG, you know, an all-star lineup, you say they don't have a coach, but they definitely have people outside helping them out. It may not be on the official roster, but just from their performance, how they do their homework, they are still like relatively on track in terms of just progressing forward, dominating the whole tournament. And I don't think they're gonna let go any little bit of steam, even without a manager or a coach there.
Wow, Yue always bring in some outsider or insider information that we don't know about. That's the value that you bring to the table. Ex-pro player Yue, the man who's always, you know, and everywhere, and the man whose predictions have actually been on top of his game this season. So let's take a look at the predictions coming in for this match.
Oh, it's spicy. Oh, it's gonna be
it's spicy. It's spicy. Okay, so I actually have the odd ones out here. So let me do an interview. Let's start with Yue, because this season I saw so many comments saying how Yue is voting for the underdogs. I'm like, no, he's not. He's not voting for any underdog except for Fiends. This man is here to win. So Yue, tell us why you voting for Area 77 versus GG. Do you actually believe this is, you know, it could go to your way?
I think GG is a better team in terms of the experience, and in terms of the standings, they definitely are. But A77 with the momentum coming in, and especially how close they had, I was casting the match between these two teams. A77 literally had it. They were standing on top of their base, and I do think this time around, with a little bit more homework and a little bit more, you know, things on the line, I do think they can prevail, get this upset, and get the win in the upper brackets this time around. Private.
The way I'm looking at it, I'm like, sure, if you want to compare things like stats, experience, or overall live stage talent, yeah, you can give it to Gaimin Gladiators. But I'm voting with my heart this time, because way back in the first NACT, it was Area 77 that came away with the victory, and Area 77 that was looked at to be the team that would ultimately dethrone BTK. That seems so long ago, but it's been since then I have not seen a team, an Area 77 as strong as I've seen this season. And I feel like this match could go one of two ways. And I'm gonna do something crazy here. I'm gonna quote Chicken, but Chicken has been talking about how Area 77 has been the team that has given them the most problems in scrims. It's just that sometimes they falter a little bit when it comes here to the playoffs. I feel like if we can get that team that Chicken has seen in the scrims, that top tier with the top tier banning, the top tier playing and rotations, we could have ourselves a 5-game match here that goes all the way.
I mean, I agree with you guys. I mean, looking at the prediction score right now, I don't know why they showed this, but it seems like I'm not on top of my game this season. So I guess if you are GG, you probably wish I was not voting for you, because it seems like I am the caster's curse this season. But yeah, I think voting for GG is voting for the the strongest team who's dominated recently, but Area 77, the ages where they shine, where they took the throne, I was there. I was playing ranked a lot, and then I always see them as a top 5 man. It's the undefeated champs. So definitely this season we're seeing that coming back. And also I want to point out how there are 2 imports coming in from Area 77, and we know how strong teams are with the Filipino imports. That's just how Mobile Legends tournaments have been. So not only do they have the imports, they have a full Filipino lineup and who speak the same language. They also have people who are drafting for them. So that's something we have to consider with how strong A77 is. As long as they put in the practice, they put in the hours, I think so much to expect from them, right?
There's a lot more to it than, you know, just the stats, right? There's the heart, there's the friendships, there's the, you know, the whole like organization culture from A77. I've had a good conversation with Smiling with some of the managers. Like everyone over there is so friendly. They, you know, it is a real family. Now A77's A77 family, right? And they have a good group of roster, good group of players that they can pull from. That's why we have people like, you know, Jules QT coming in from MAR. We have plenty of new rosters coming in. Like A77 has such a wide, you know, variety of things that they can, you know, push up and get the best of the best value for everything. You know, it's a very, very strong and convincing team. Like I'm definitely a fan here.
Yeah, we'll see how it stacks up here. Especially Area 7, like you said, even meeting them in Las Vegas, meeting them in, or not meeting them in Las Vegas, meeting them in LA or in, was it down in California?
Long Beach.
They were just a friendly group of guys, just happy to be there, doing something that they love and playing Mobile Legends. And it has just shown, especially because they usually keep the same roster, they're having fun with it, and they've been very competitive with it, not more so than they've been this season. And I just really feel like the growth that I've seen from them has just been immense, especially because there was just so long that we had, I want to say, almost forgotten about them because they had just kind of fallen to the wayside, and it took them time to kind of regroup and find that momentum again. But here we are, the top 4 in North America, ready to go off in the playoffs right now.
Yes, ready to go off. And I was there the moment that they formed the team, actually. Like I was playing 5 minutes during the time where Area 77 was formed, and I think starting from 2-3 months after, or just when that happened, they were very, very strong in NA. So I'm glad to see it come back. And for all the fans who are watching who stuck with us for this long, we actually have an early giveaway this time. We have a giveaway coming to you right now. So if you're the early birds coming in today, you are lucky. We have giveaway codes on the screen for one of these skins. So there's 40 this time. Oh, I'm glad that they're upping the game with 40. So make sure you redeem the code for a chance to win one of these permanent skins.
Someone got to hold Wheezy and Trex back, because we both know like they're out here with multiple devices once again, trying to cop one of these permanent skins, right? These tournament chests. If you guys are out there, make sure to go, you know, bring up your phones, get the codes in, get the QR code in, and make sure to steal this limited quantity, because it is going to be first time first serve here.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. The best skins are free skins, and Mobile Legends actually been pushing the envelope when it comes to the skins. I think we were just talking about, as you saw it in some of those ads there, a lot of skins on the way, especially those King of Fighters skins coming out soon that a lot of us are excited about as well.
Super excited. I used to buy so many skins, you know, so many diamonds spent for Moonton. So, well, first match of the day is starting. So let's see which champ will take it home today.
Bye, Liz.
Ooh, I can't tell you how excited I am about this. We've been talking about it, especially right now. 2 very strong teams, 2 teams that understand the meta, understand drafting, and in a point right now in the meta where there are just so many dangers. I talked with you about it before. No matter who you ban here, there are still going to be some super strong and game-changing picks out there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of new things that are coming into the meta that's like almost game breaking if played correctly. I'm sure a lot of people have seen kind of the Chip in action once in a while. Hopefully we get to see some of that today, but Chip hasn't been as consistent and as abusive as this new combination, this Louis and Arlott. And the bans are on the table here. The Valentina has been taken out. So has the CC and the Joy. So a lot of the utility are still available. A lot of the bully laners, especially like the Roger, the Ruby, the Arlotts, the Flex, are all available for both of these teams. Like, I mean, the draft is really, really open these days. And even with some of the bans are on the table, the Fairness gets taken out here, there's still so many picks available for both teams to, pick for and to find a strategy that works for them to be able to get these games. And these are tight, close series. And these are really, really close teams here, Private.
Yeah, for me, it's a game of pick your poison. There's, especially against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, where just people are just so lethal. We see that right now, best player. We're going to go ahead and hone in on him. We're going to take off the Joy from him because he's just so mechanical with a lot of his picks. You were talking already. There's a lot of the utility still left out there. Minotaur, Tigreal, who have been such game-changing characters for a lot of these teams. And then there's some of these ones that just recently have come into play. The Roger, you were talking about Natan off screen, and then my favorite right now has been the Masha, which has had a huge role, especially when it comes to that late game being able to close the distance on a lot of those squishier heroes for those fights. So this could be going anywhere. Still up on the board, I want to say probably the most dangerous when it comes to like the supports. Matilda's still out there, Masha's still out there. Oh man, there's so much. Roger's still good. It just really is exciting for me, not just because of the teams playing each other, but because of the mixing and matching that can be done with a lot of these compositions with what's left out on the board.
You know, now with the bans are all on the table, Nolan gets taken out by the side of A77 to secure the last ban here. You know, I think Masha first pick could be a potential if Shark wants to go for that. Things like the Fredrin or the Boxy or the Barats that, are available. Those are great first picks that, don't take away from anything too much. They could honestly opt for a Flex Roger. That could be potential, or even the GG strat that they like to go that Ruby quite early. Chicken and both Shark are great, especially with the I'm Offended, but they do opt to go for the Fredrin, especially compared to, let's say, the Boxia and the Barats. Very, very good retro, right? Especially with the first skill cast with the retro. I believe it is going to be the highest damage out of those three. So in terms of securing for the objective, he's going to be completely great. And that's not even including the CC kit, the dashes that he has, and even with the explosive damage with his bonk that he can come through. Now, A77 with 2 picks. I do think Louis could be a good potential. Matilda is also available, does get picked up here. They could opt to go for, even a Roger or a Natan early on, or pick up the first mage and, try to see how GG dances against the comp that they have here.
Right now, those tanky junglers reign supreme in the meta. There's been some videos out on YouTube about people trying to see that. Even Filipinos, the Philippine MPL, they've tried their best to try to flex in other junglers. But right now, tanking, the ability to stand on those objectives, to just go into the fight and to try to wait for that great opportunity for the retribution, it reigns supreme right now. So now you're going to have a Barats, especially on the side for Area 77. They're able to counter in with the Barats and the Matilda, and we talked about it before. Flask of the Oasis now has made some game changers for a lot of these supports, especially for Matilda, who's be able to use that guiding wind to add the shield, and then with the Flask of Oasis, you're going to have even more shield for your entire team. Not to mention the mobility that she provides to your team.
So both teams opting to go for the photo, the Flask of Oasis type of roamers, the Minotaur and the Matilda here. The Vexana gets picked up, a great hero. Very, very strong first pick, especially after the Fairness being out. Novaria is still available. That is the potential, but Mark QT with Louis. Now, Mark QT has been one of those mage players down mid that has taken this Louis early on in the season, right? There wasn't much talk about using the Divergence, but Mark QT definitely has been handling this. Another mage that comes into mind is going to be Nicolette, right? So, Mark QT on this Louis, very, very hard to deal with. Second phase bans on the table soon. XPs are needed for both teams and also the marksmen. So things like the Roger, the Natan, Carry, Claude, those are strong picks, and there's only 4 bans on the table. It's very, very hard to go against that. You also got something like the X-Borg to deal with the tanky lineup that both GG and A77 are looking to set up. And there's also like that new element of like maybe a Paquito, a Yuzong, a Terizla, you know, lots of things are available. But no, Brody and Harith gets taken out. That's 2 early game marksmen off the table already.
Yeah, I think trying to set up that Roger pickup, I'm wondering if that's what Gaimin Gladiators is looking for, like a next ban here. You've taken off, I want to say, one of the strongest counters he has on the board, which is that Harith. And to go back to this last pick for Area 77, the Lu Yi, especially with how strong, I want to say I haven't seen much of Marcuti lately, especially on the Lu Yi, but if it's anything like what we've been seeing lately from Hoon or on the world scale, Lu Yi has just become such this huge utility for teams, and especially her biggest weakness right now is her mobility. You pair that up with a Matilda, you have a Lu Yi that can still output that huge amount of early game damage, get you around the map, and then the mobility, not only that she provides with the diversion, but the mobility that she's going to have with a Matilda that's going to be able to get her out of harm's way, or even help with a lot of the repositioning during a lot of these fights. We're moving into the last bans. It looks like Benedetta and Ixia taken off the board.
So this Benedetta pick from Yurashi is actually quite interesting. I know Fry definitely has it in his picks also, but Yurashi has been such a strong split pusher that taking out the Benedetta could kind of hold him, you know, together a little bit more. Now Masha is still available if they do want to go for that on the side of A77. But you know, you talked about the Lu Yi pick, and it's very interesting that, you know, with the Divergent ultimate, there's no damage on that ultimate. That's why, especially early on, like, you know, you have heroes like Vexana, like Eve, Farsa, big ultimates, big range. But then you got a hero like Louis coming in, and it's just a little bit different. But, you know, now with the Divergent kind of being a very meta shifting, you know, abusing the power of the rotation, it definitely works really well, especially, you know, it opens up the skill ceiling of the hero. It's almost unlimited at this point on how creative you can use with the Divergent. But now A77 do lock in this Roger with the Harith and the Brody off on the board. It is a very, very strong gold lane pick.
Very interesting picks here. The Roger's going to blend well, especially he has the Lycan Pounce, which he can basically dive underneath a lot of abilities and CC to close the distance on an Irithel, close the distance on a Vexana there. But, I mean, in answer to that, Fly Chicken picking up the Paquito, that's an immense amount of damage at level 4. So you're going to really have to be careful about your placement, especially Marcuti on this Lu Yi. She's very susceptible to a lot of that damage. If he can close the distance, if maybe they mistime that guiding wind from the Matilda, I mean, he's going to be able to eat them up here. And then, of course, Iridel, a great kiting ability, and then a lot of a burst down. It's, I want to say a more squared away draft from GG, and versing a lot of mobility coming in from Area 77. I saw you shake your head there for that last pick there, Yui.
I honestly thought A77 would opt to set up for a little bit more of a frontline CC, something like a Terizla, right? Paired up with the Matilda and the Louis. Those are some front lines that are a little bit hard to kind of go into, but no, they do decide to go for this flex Barat in the XP. It's been quite popularized, especially in Asia. We've seen moments of greatness with the flicker plays, especially in North America. So this time around, it's definitely going to be a pretty good matchup. And especially since he did see the Paquito being picked up, he's like, yeah, I think I could take this, right? Give Tarzan a faster jungler. They have 2 great front lines coming in. And, you know, the Boxia, it's been kind of a rare pick in North America. Not so much these days, but definitely very, very strong overseas, even like first pickable. So it is a great hero on Tarzan. Definitely going to be very utility focused for both of these teams. And, you know, both the drafts have been looking very, very sharp. It's going to be very hard to decide who actually has advantage, especially early on here, Private.
Yeah, you kind of lack the setting potential from a Boxia, but you make up for it with a lot of the stock anti-heal that he comes in with that can kind of maybe head off a lot of the healing that Minotaur is going to be able to do, especially with that Flask of the Oasis. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Gaimin Gladiators taking on Area 77, game ones of our top bracket of the playoffs.
Yeah, so, just take a look at some of the emblems. Best player already has this Impure Rage. So he's not going to be able to have kind of that great of a clear, especially compared to, let's say, Concussive Blast, which does a little bit more AoE damage, but definitely a little bit more higher burst in terms of that first skill. Definitely going to help in terms of getting the objective, which Fredrin does so well. Right, and we do have a few quantum charges on the side of A77 Matilda with that very, very fast mobility. Emblems look relatively, standard across the board. The Wilderness Blessing on both the roams and even the mages, and of course, a lot of the tanky. But this Fredrin supports emblem. We've seen this actually from A77 last week. This time around, best player is going to be taking this support emblem Fredrin. It's kind of this like assassin focus where he's fast on the cooldowns, has the high burst from the Impure Rage, but he's probably going to lead up to something like a Brute Force for some more mobility, more damage, and just a little bit more kind of like brawl momentum early on.
Ooh, I was about to say a little Tarzan saw the trio of Gaimin Gladiators that's been so lethal for a lot of teams. The rotations by them have been instrumental in a lot of the success of Gaimin Gladiators. Saw that very early, got the heck out of dodge. Thought about that minion, but already Area 77 pressing their advantage into Gaimin Gladiators jungle a little bit to try to refuse a little bit of that jungle, but coming up on the game's first turtle.
Yeah, and honestly, with the Boxia pick at the very end, Boxia typically likes to deny at least 1 or 2 minions from the side of GG. But before that, though, some engagements.
Yeah, Jake Cutie took a heck of a lot of damage from Fly Chicken here. Shark flickers, but is not going to be getting away from Tarzan. Is that going to go ahead and flex out this fight, though, for the turtle? Jake Cutie very low. Best player tried to chase, but not able to get the handle on it. And we're still fighting at the turtle. Best player 1v2 right now does succeed in resetting this turtle right now.
Yeah, great skirmish coming out from the side of A77. They are still down in terms of the overall goal, but they're able to pick up a kill there. Shark does not have Flicker, but is level 4 ready.
Ooh, and a flicker comes out. Best player able to secure the game's first turtle. JQD does decide not to complete that circling eagle. Goes ahead, creates a little bit of distance, but still trying to get a little bit of that vision. Gets caught by Hoon with some CC. Takes about 50% of his damage there and does get out. I want to say right now a kill for Area 77, but objective going over to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and it does seem like, the Minotaur and the Vexana paired with together at level 4, it's a little bit too much for the Lu Yi and the Matilda, right? These two picks are very, very mobility focused, divergent. Second skill on Matilda, very, very fast heroes. So, the side of A77, they may opt to kind of just give away the first 2 turtles, get the farms going. Roger has a great mid game, especially when he gets to kind of like that 8-minute power spike when you have 2 items. They're going to be dealing a lot of damage. So maybe just waiting until the second or even the third turtle to look for an engagement might be the strategy that A77 has. On the other hand, Gaimin Gladiators definitely looking for that bully ball. Shark early on already. Even though dying early on and trading that flicker early, they were still able to secure that objective with pretty much no problem at all.
Yeah, it felt like the reset. Oh, actually, here, JQ in a little bit of trouble. Circling Eagle around, gets himself to safety. Best player not going to be able to complete that, as it does look like. I mean, right now, a lot of, I want to say, safe plays right now. Areas. Oh my God, Mark Cutie. As I say that, underneath the tower, Gaimin Gladiators able to find a kill onto Mark Cutie.
I do want to point out that I'm a little bit worried about the side of A77's draft. Just because the fact that, one, they didn't get the aggressive turtle early on, and with picks like Roger, especially in the gold lane, he's able to kind of just bully. Look at this, like he's able to take this lane out by himself. His power spike is early on. On the other hand, A77 kind of their other 4 people, but before that.
Minoan Fury comes out, does catch 2 members. You can see Tarzan getting a good distance. JQT with the circling eagle, 10% left onto this turtle. Shark a little bit low. Fly Chicken in the midst and fray of Area 77 is able, best player gets a kill onto JQT. You do see the Appraiser's Wrath come down. Yureshi is low. Tarzan trying to create some distance, get to the safety of his tower. They only take 1 death there. And Gaimin Gladiators, another, oh, actually, no, that turtle went to Area 77, and Gaimin Gladiators this time taking the kills.
Yeah, I mean, no, it was a 1-for-1 trade for both teams. Both supports left the map. But the side of A77 were able to get the objective this time around. But going back to kind of what I'm worried about is that they don't really have the CC late game to be able to, you know, kind of set up for great fights, you know, compared to, you know, the double knockup coming out from the Minotaur, from the Fredrin. It's a little bit hard for the side of A77 to set up. But I do think they have a few things that are quite in favor of them, right? The Divergent, the Matilda, which is so fast, the Matilda drink water, that's even a different element before that. But Tarzan here.
Yeah, Tarzan came in there, was followed by the Yin Yang and passive damage that comes from Marcutie there with that low Yi, putting a heap of damage on the Gaimin Gladiators mid laner there to provide them now rotating up to the top. Into the purple jungle of Tarzan here. Best player comes in there, is not able to get the retry onto the purple buff. Tarzan still able to secure it, but already you're seeing those little signs of life as best player getting very confident.
Yeah, and you know, the side of A77, what I'm worried about is this Rithel, not significantly strong early on, but the later the game goes, especially with the mobility that she has, it's going to be quite hard for things, for like short range mages like the Louis or Boxy, where he has to get up and personal, even the Barats. Like, it's going to be hard to be able to kind of pin him down and lock him in a position, but JQT getting pinned by himself, pops the Purify, so no Purify available for the next objective for JQT.
And before this turtle fight starts, I just want to say, like, one thing that I've noticed, Marcutie really hasn't been able to utilize that diversion. You can see JQT in a little bit of trouble here. Tarzan coming into the back for the rescue here. Damage being laid on by Marcutie with that passive. Best player very low, is going to go ahead and dash himself to safety, but Flying Chicken into the back lines finds himself a kill on to JQT.
Yeah, I mean, Fried Chicken coming out from the backside, able to, you know, zero out JQT in that team fight. There was like, you know, a front fight happening, a back fight happening, and you can see, you know, Fried Chicken sneaking on to the backside, but ISO able to pick up the top tower against Zia. This is something that we've kind of seen it coming, right? You know, the Roger going up against the Rithel, just the significant early game that he has is just a little bit too much to handle. So definitely getting the top tower is great for A77. They have the towers advantage, seeing if they could get the control over the jungle when it's leading up to the very first Lord now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's right now it's about Area 77 kind of needing to press their advantage here. Shark in a little bit of trouble, 50% down. You can see JQT well in the back lines. They hone in on him. They sense blood in the water. Tarzan coming in for the save onto the back part of best player. Fried Chicken gonna find and secure the kill onto JQT. Lord is up, and this actually might set Area 77 back a bit. You see a lot of CC coming onto Tarzan. Fried Chicken coming onto the backside, looking to help out things there. Appraiser's Wrath is down 10% on Tarzan with a pop-up with the Minoan Fury, and Fried Chicken finds another kill as they are chasing down Yureshi.
Yeah, a great use of skills from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, just stacking it right on top of Tarzan. And Tarzan and Yureshi, those are two big, wonky, tough targets. Lots of defense, lots of health. And the side of GG able to kind of just rotate with their spells and able to get both of those kills. But before, Shark.
Yeah, you see the Lycan Pounce does go on there now, setting his sights onto Zia, slapping on with that damage. Best player is alone. I believe he was able to secure that Lord, now trying to get away. ISO on the hunt, finds himself another kill. So 2 kills for 1 Lord. And they're going to press some, they're going to pressure onto this mid tower. So I want to say this is an up for Area 77 right now.
That's a most definite up for the side of A77. Although GG was able to get the Lord, they did drop 2 players down. Even best player was taken out there. Now, The Lord is marching down on the top side. They should be able to get like a small 5-man siege going on. It is the first objective here, but A77 already with 2 towers in the game. Now it's, you know, it's deciding fact to see if A77, if they're able to defend this Lord, if they can just, you know, drop 1 tower, defend the rest. That might be a pretty good up for the side of them, but Arithel scales so well into the late game, and Roger is just going to get weaker and weaker as items are being stacked up by both teams. I feel like A77 now is the time, if they really want to shine, to be able to get a good convincing team fight, get the deny coming in, because I feel like GG, they're just going to be able to scale, especially with that frontline defense, that lockdown CC coming out from the Minnow, from the Fredrin. It's going to be quite tough for the side of A77 to be able to handle.
Yeah, and I'm kind of noticing a lack of utilization of this diversion. We're really not using Lu Yi to like her maximum potential here, and that's 2 towers down for Area 77. They were able to get 1 at the bottom lane there. ISO able to secure that. So I still want to say just narrowly kind of edging in favor of Area 77, but you're right. As this goes later and later, Area 77 is going to have just a tougher time with these engagements. As I talk about that, Tarzan gets caught. A lot of pop-ups there, 50%, and the guiding win able to get him to safety. Lu Yi putting on the damage with a lot of that passive damage. Zia being chased down. Are they going to be able to find him? No. Zia kicks in the Nas and is able to get himself to safety.
Yeah, I mean, the side of A77, they do have the raw element of the divergent, right? The ability to kind of go across maps, defend the side lanes, get those 1 versus 1 situations into like a 1 versus 3. Take a look at some of the in-game equipments. Roger already up about 1k gold, has the BOD Endless Battle, so very, very high bursts. Not very traditional in terms of the build. A lot of the people, they like to go for something like a DHS Golden Staff Corrosion. This time around, opting for a little bit more in terms of that burst damage. I think it's quite good. It adds a lot of physical damage that the side of A77 is, you know, quite lacking here. But the gold lead is still very, very close onto both sides. This is something we really like to see in NACT private, right? Like long, drawn out games, 33k, 233ks, low kill score, right? It's very macro heavy, and you know, these 2 teams are definitely very strong in terms of the macro sense, the strategies, getting those banana split push, getting those, you know, numbers in advantage. It's just going to be a great game to watch here.
One thing I noticed when I saw those items up there is that on the side, Shark does not have the flask yet, and they're already able to kind of really hold their own right now with a lot of these fights. Once he gets that flask, you're gonna, I want to say you're gonna start seeing a little bit of a tip in the how these team fights are gonna start being happening here for Area 77, because you're gonna have a lot of shielding coming there. Reshi just misses that Detona's welcome there onto best player. Circling Eagle onto best player. Is he going to continue it? He does not. Shark looking for an opportunity. Minoan Fury catches 2 members. Another pop-up by Hoon on the side. Tarzan goes in, takes a heap of damage, is able to get himself to safety. The rest, you can see Mark Cutie does not get away. And best player scoops up his saving grace there. The Lord for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
The way that GG has set up that team fight is so beautiful. They had Shark kind of in the front side zoning 3 to 4 members, and you had Tarzan, you know, deep into GG's lineup, but unable to get the peel that he was looking for. Completely just bursted out in that whole entire team fight. Now GG looking for a 5-man siege.
Yeah, big pop-ups coming, circling Eagle. Zia able to find a kill on to Ureshi. They are enforcing their will. Only 3 members left. Mark Cutie back up now, looking to put onto the damage, maybe be able to punish some of the Gaimin Gladiators. Looking for a defense here. Best player looking for the taunt right now. Lord is at the enemy gates. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Does not find a kill there, but Mark Cutie gets killed by Hoon there. Half health onto this base. First game gonna go to Gaimin Gladiators.
Wow, what a close coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. 13 minutes, right? This is the second Lord that marched down onto the top side, and they were able to kind of just group up, get like 1 or 2 pickoffs here and there, and able to kind of push the victory here. Now it's at a low kill scoring game, but you know, very, very high in terms of kind of the GPM. The damage is quite high coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. I think, you know, their comp, it definitely worked well, especially with the amount of CC that they had with the Minnow, with the Fredrin. They're able to get the setups going and just kind of withstanding the early game presence of a Roger and not letting this game scale into the late game where, you know, the diverse divergent. The teleport plays are, you know, so prone for abuse and so prone for, you know, just tipping the scale of the game. They were able to close this game out very cleanly. 13 minutes, very standard. No one dies in the Lord. They had the siege, the death wall going, and they were able to prevail and push for victory in such a short amount of time here, Private.
Yeah, you can see here Zia there 3-0-1 despite, I want to say, being forced very hard onto the lane. You can see there even his matchup against ISO dominated that lane, but Zia still able to kind of keep his cool, maintain his composure until it got to the point where he was going to be relevant, and that was with these team fights and the setups by Shark with that Minoan Fury allowed Zia to kind of come in, get a lot of those kills. Hoon as well with the Minoan Furies providing that Eternal Guardian, and then the huge amount of damage that you get from a Vexanus. We take a look here at some of the other stats here. Rich Guy, this is all except for the sandbag going over to Gaimin Gladiators. Of course, Hoon with the exorbitant amount of damage from Gaimin Gladiators. Zia, of course, in the gold lane with the high amount of gold, and then of course the assist coming from Shark. And this is the XP lane, which was I want to say not as favorable for Yureshi. That Paquito pick, Fly Chicken, just an absolute did a great job with him.
And this is one of the things about picking, like, let's say a Bratz early. Like, if we kind of think back into the draft, we had Gaimin Gladiators open with a Fredrin, and, you know, to pick up Bratz right after that, especially with Boxia being available, I think it's a little bit too much for the side of A77, right? And they were lacking in terms of the CC, in terms of the front lines to be able to stop Zia in his tracks. And with something like a Bratz, where you saw him using Daytona's Welcoming, kind of like an opening move, and was unable to hit like majority of the times. I don't think the Bratz and the Boxia worked well together, especially in this one. But if you take a look at the damage, I thought Mark QT was gonna be showing up in terms of the highest damage dealt. I also knew like things like the Paquito could possibly be up there, but Hoon coming out on top just a little bit barely on the Vexana just shows how good of a hero that pick is, right? The early pick with the Vexana and not really too much damage taken, right? The side of GG played so well here, high kill participations across the board. You were able to get Chicken into the fights relatively early on, and Zia just played, you know, a very nice game. Didn't really lose any deaths, even though he got his towers down. He was still able to, you know, create the impact, get the farms going, and mid to late game he was still dealing tons of damage on the rotations.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. You called it right from the draft. I felt like maybe we kind of had forced the flexibility of the Bratz there. You pick up the Boxy, and now the Bratz is in the XP lane, a lane that he doesn't really shine in. I mean, sure, he's viable, he can be, but I think you need to check a lot of boxes. And especially against somebody like Chicken, who's I want to say one of the best in the XP lane right now. And I'm told that we have some clips of that match up there, especially some of those last fight ups that really kind of changed the pace here. You saw Shark getting in there, you talked about it, right in the midst there in front, forcing forcing Area 77 back. They weren't able to come in and protect Tarzan as he went deep into the lines. As soon as they were able to push it in, they do get the Lord, and then it's pretty much game over from there. They're able to push in here. They're a man down, now 2 men down, Lord up at top. It seemed like it was going to be a little bit more of an even game, but the moment that Gaimin Gladiators got the advantage, they kept it, they held on to it, and they were able to close this one at 13 minutes. I feel like a big thing for me is, as you discussed, that Boxia pickup, and I feel like an underutilization of the Lu Yi. You don't really have to be late game to be successful with her diversion. And I feel like we kind of picked Lu Yi because we know she's strong, but we didn't really excel with her, and because there's still things you can do in the early game. I dare talk about Hoon when he plays it on Gaimin Gladiators. Whether it's as soon as he gets that ultimate, he's making sure that XP can get back to their lane quicker. He's setting up for ganks onto the side lanes there. It's not just waiting for those team fights to find out if maybe you can find a little bit of a position in there. So I feel like that was another, I want to say, hurdle for Area 77 in that match, and we're gonna see if they can kind of come back from that, come back with something a little bit stronger, a little bit more precise against Gaimin Gladiators. We're moving into game 2.
Yeah, and you know, just the last point on the last one, it almost felt like the side of A77 lacked a little bit in 2 departments from where I see it. One is going to be the frontline CC to be able to hold it down, especially going up against the Erythal. The side of A77 had that last pick to be able to kind of lock down the very last, you know, the Erythal, and they were just kind of unable to do so. They opted to go for a flex pick, and with the Boxia pick, they didn't really get that early invade happening, right? You could see, you know, Tarzan trying to go all over the place, trying to get that last minion, but it ended up just being kind of 50-50 around the turtle. That's number 1. And number 2, I felt like they kind of lacked in terms of the clear departments. They didn't have that late game minion managing to be able to kind of shove the waves, because, you know, quite honestly, the side of GG, they walked down mid. They put all their members underneath the mid tower, was able to get a team fight started, was able to push that tower, go onto the top side, rinse and repeat, and have enough utility to be able to sustain and push through all the way to the base. And A77, they almost stood no chance in terms of just clearing those small minions, right? Things like Novaria, Claude, Carry, definitely can bring in a little bit more in terms of that clear. That's kind of the things that I want to see A77 be able to do in this draft. Bring in a little bit more CC. Maybe question some of the flex picks that are maybe unnecessary, right? Open with the Fredrin. No need to take the Barats or the Akai early on, or the Boxia early. Maybe go for something like the Natan, which brings in a little bit more late game. It seems like A7 have a good early game strategy where they can use something that's a little bit more weaker, a little bit more glass cannon, but has so much AoE damage, and especially at the 10k gold, a 10k Natan versus 10k Roger, huge difference. Single target versus shredder, backside, front side with the Entropy teleport. That's huge. Right, so A77 this time around, opening with the Fredrin. I love this. This is pretty much the same exact thing that GG does. And hey, man, this is a great pick. The response coming through, something I think a Natan early pickup could be potential. Shark goes for the Matilda this time around.
Ooh, here's the scary thing is, and I was talking about this before, is that there's so many strong picks out there that you're gonna leave something open with it. Shark, even all the way back in M3, has had just one of the most disgusting and vulgar Matildas I've ever seen in games. And this is exactly, it's almost akin to what you were talking about before with a lot of that mobility that you get. You wanted to see the Lu Yi and the R-Lot, but we're gonna get a mix of the Matilda and the R-Lot. You're gonna be able to reposition him around there. He's very strong, a lot of tools in him to get that setting potential. And then on the side of Area 77, looks like we're going to pick up the Heroth, kind of wanting to precede that potential Roger pick from Gaimin Gladiators, and then Valentina to, I mean, I want to say, like, you got a list of ultimates right now on the side of Gaimin Gladiators that you can pick from. You got the Final Slash, potentially the Circling Eagle. I want to say mostly the Final Slash, though, because I feel like the Circling Eagle could potentially put Mark Cutie in harm's way more than it would actually benefit the team.
Yeah, so I saw in this Hereth, it's almost like it's kind of like a personality pick for the side of ISO. Like, he has been doing really well with the Hereth pick. I know there's plenty of opportunities, like especially back then on BTK, Hereth and 1-1. Those are the 2 picks that ISO loves to go for. My QT on this Valentina, a little bit early for me. I think there is still a lot of solid options available, especially things like the Navaria with the fast clear speed, but there's only a handful of players that like to prioritize the Valentina, and especially if they're proficient on it and make the impact. They see the Final Slash, they're like, hey, Flicker Final Slash, something I've done countless of times. I would love that pick, right? And Mark QT is definitely one of them, but a pick that we have not seen quite a bit private is going to be this Guinevere that gets locked in for best player. And with the Matilda available, this pretty much is set in stone for the jungle pick, I'm assuming, right?
Oh yeah. Especially Arlot Matilda out there. I mean, this is going to be a jungle one, and I'm just actually I don't know what you go here. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to go with a tankier Gwen pick there, so he's going to have the CC of that Violet Requiem more so than you're going to be looking at the damage that you get when you go with the full damage Gwen build out there. It's going to have the same effect. You're going to be tanky. You're going to be able to hang out at that Lord and Turtle pits to kind of contest a lot of those objectives here, and then yeah, just CC. It's raw CC coming from them right now with a lot of their picks. The same thing with Area 77, sans the Harith pickup. Valentina's got a little bit of CC. Fredrin's just a walking taunt for the enemy, but it's definitely going to be something I definitely want to see if we're going to prioritize maybe a frontliner for the side of Area 77. It's something that they lacked out in the last game, which Gaimin Gladiators were absolutely able to take advantage of.
So here's the thing that side of A77 is lacking though, is a lot of physical damage. A lot of the times Harith loves to be paired up with something like a Natan, very physical heavy. Now the Natan has been banned out in the first phase. Things like Paquito, Lapu Lapu full damage, or even a Benedetta that was banned out in the first game that was available this time around, brings in a lot of physical damage that A77 is lacking. Now the side of GG, yes, they're kind of on a similar spot here. They pick up the Navaria, brings in a little bit of extra magic damage and a lot of lane clearing, and on a person like Hoon it's very, very hard. But I am so excited for this Raphael. I've been waiting for this matchup pretty much this whole entire time. Traditionally, Matilda is not a support that's uncounterable. Things like Lolita, Matilda, even things like Estes and Florin work really well against the sustain, the reap, the reactive play that Matilda kind of needs. And now with the Raphael, you're going to be able to see kind of this mid lane strategy where Matilda uses first skill, Raphael slows him down, gets out of the range, gets a few auto attacks in. The trade is so good, so in favor of the hands of Raphael. I love A77's draft here, especially paired up with a nice Benedetta for that split push. And GG here finalized their draft from the Exia pick.
Yeah, it's very interesting here, especially with the lineup, the competition that you're going to have here in the XP lane with the Benedetta taking on an Arlot. I feel like Benedetta is pretty much uncounterable in the lane. You just basically got to let them do their thing, clear the lane, then you clear your lane after. The Matilda's going to be, or the Benedetta's going to be able to out-rotate you there. If you have JQT kind of setting up a lot of that and helping them move to rotate faster. But on the side, the synergy that we have from Gaimin Gladiators here, especially the Ixia, who traditionally is very immobile, especially when you launch out that full barrage. There's nowhere for you to go. You might have a flicker on you, but also now you're going to have that guiding wind from Shark on this Matilda that's going to be able to get you out of harm's way, going to be able to pull you back, or even reposition you to a point to maybe cut off Area 77's escape. But we've been talking about it. Can Area 77 bounce back from, I want to say last season's, where they've kind of shrugged off? They've gotten beat in the early games and kind of fallen off in the later. Can we see them bounce back here in game 2 against Gaimin Gladiators? We're about to find out.
Impure Rage on Tarzan QT. We should see a support emblem kind of going for that brute force route that Tarzan kind of likes to go for. But a question here for you, Private. Have you ever seen a moving missile barrage?
I have when we first started seeing the Ixia and the Matilda used in together. Oh, JQT gonna get caught. Gaimin Gladiators able to finish off where Area 77 was not on to Hoon and claim the first blood already.
Yeah, very early aggressive rotation for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Even with like Guinevere in the jungle, they're able to kind of go across the map and get that green camp really early on. That's going to put them quite ahead, especially if Tarzan is unable to get there. But best player already, Impact, 2 places, picks up 2 kills within 1 minute. That's huge for this side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and especially under tower. Fried Chicken a little bit of trouble here. Tarzan with the energy blast there. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Fried Chicken very smoothly able to find himself a dash to get out of harm's way. And unfortunately, Area 77 come out empty-handed.
Yeah, and now they're coming out with even more XP difference between them. You know, best player able to get 2 kills already near the top side of the map, farms up both the green camps, and Tarzan unable to get the green camp that is next to the XP. That's going to be a pretty big loss in terms of that XP. Good to see level 5 versus level 4. Best player already on a better rotation, even just early on here.
Yeah, and my question now too is who's going to be able to get to the back line to even take out Hoon? I don't even think we have an answer for that on Area 77. As we're moving in, we do have the Astral Echo out there. Best player comes in with an ultimate, is not able to secure a kill there. Fly Chicken, very low, gets taken out by Yoreshi there. 10% left, best player, very low. Finds a kill onto the turtle. Is he going to be able to get away? You see the auto attacks coming out there. Appraiser's Wrath is not going to be able to do anything there. Shark. He says, get down, Mr. President. He goes in there, takes the Appraiser's Wrath, but best player able to get away.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a fight that A77 really wants to take. They were trying to get the objectives, but they were kind of struggling a little bit in terms of getting that last hit. The side of Gaimin Gladiators was able to pick that one up themselves. Now, they did trade a few kills in response. A77 was able to get 2 there, but on the top side here, ISO.
Yeah, of Zia. I mean, ISO, the mismatches right now, the outplays that are happening in the side lanes. Gaimin Gladiators don't even really need to send much support, and they're sending support anyway. So if it wasn't bad enough that Area 77 is losing the lanes, the faster rotations from Gaimin Gladiators are helping to even secure these kills for them. Now 2-3 and a 2K gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators.
And it's so interesting that ISO picking up this Hereth, it's supposed to be something like a guaranteed winning in terms of the gold lane, right? Against any marksman, he should have a great time, especially maybe not against something like a Roger, but Exia for sure. Stationary marksman, he should be able to have the time of his life up there. But on the other hand, it's the complete opposite. It seems like Zia has complete full dominance and control of that game with or without Shark. You know, he's able to kind of just go above and beyond and get ISO on some of these 1 versus 1 unfavorable matchup that should typically favor him. So Gaimin Gladiators coming out with a great strategy with this Exia, something that I haven't seen that, you know, people are that confident into picking, especially going up against Hereth, but they're definitely making good use of that.
Ooh, Fried Chicken in between, a sandwich in between 2 members. Final slash is out. Fried Chicken looking for an escape. The Electro Final Blow is out. Zia finds a kill off screen onto Tarzan. Fried Chicken dashing back.
There's no way.
Looking for the kill onto Mark Cutie, but is not going to be able to get away. But Gaimin Gladiators able to answer on the opposite side of the map along with a turtle secure.
2 for 1 and a turtle side of GG. This is turning into kind of a one-sided match. Again, GG has been so consistent in setting up, especially when it comes down to that mid to late game strategy. But this time around with the early game lead, it's just going to push them even more forward with the strategies that they have. This is just the dominating performance of the #1 team in North America, playing clean here. Already for like a 3.5k lead 5 minutes in. Not something you want to see from the side of A77, but it's definitely something that, you know, they can come back from here, Private.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to a lot of these fights if they can play safe here. But you can see right here already, best player comes in. Violet Requiem is out, finds a kill. Zia with the full barrage onto the tower is going to go ahead and help Gaimin Gladiators secure the mid tower of Area 77. And right now, Area 77 on the back foot, looking and struggling right now to try to get farmed up. They're losing engagements, they're losing towers, they're losing lanes. And unfortunately right now, it's looking like all Gaimin Gladiators at the 6-minute mark.
And it's so interesting that ISO is the one that's getting taken off, right? Hereth is a hero that has a lot of dashes, a lot of escapability, has kind of, you know, a built-in tough boost, especially when there's a lot of members around. But Yoreshi bot side here.
Oh, yeah, he comes in with the Electro Final Blow with the Petrify as well. Shark with the Circling Eagle is able to find 2 members to pop up there. You can see the Zaman Force down. ISO zooming around the map. Best player comes in. Violet Requiem. Jay able to get out of the way. Full barrage is out, laying waste to Area 77. Zia finds a kill, followed by Hoon as well right now. What a game. Best player right now, 4-0-4 alongside Zia.
We need to see the items on the board. I know Zia picked up a DHS. Probably the corrosion is also available there. Chicken on the top side, able to get that tower also. GG playing pretty much a very, very strong game here. No towers has been even chipped on the red side. They're looking to take the next objective here. That's just going to push their gold lead even higher. We're talking about probably an 8k gold lead at this point, 7 minutes in. That's a very, very strong showing for the #1 team here.
Oh, we do have, they're diving in onto ISO, looking for an escape. Full Barrage is out, trying to take down Mark Cutie. They do find a kill there. Yureshi finds a kill onto Shark and Hoon. And Fried Chicken in a little bit of trouble, very low, coming in, is able to shut down Yureshi. Tarzan next on the list as Zia picks up a kill. Zia sitting at 7, 0, and 6 for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, absolute dominating performance. A great team fight. Another 3-for-2 winning fight for the Kings of the Kings here. Look at Zia with the gold, man. 4k above ISO, DHS, corrosion, looking for that a potential golden staff or even the wind of nature. It's gonna be extremely hard for the side of A77 to be able to deal with the late game Exia, especially since they didn't get kind of the chips in early on, where Exia do struggle a little bit in terms of something like the mobility and even the early game damage. But now with the DHS, a corrosion, and he was ulting pretty much full missile barrage underneath the tower, no problem at all. You know, he was sieging up in positions that he probably shouldn't even have to, and there was no punish, no abuse. A77 kind of just taking the heat right now. One thing that they do have is a small split pusher. There's not much in the side of GG can really deal with Yureshi. Maybe putting the Navaria into the far lane to clear from the backside, but Arlot going for, you know, the side might be kind of tough here.
Yeah, and a little bit of engagement there, but they do decide to back up. But and I agree, and this is something I was talking about before, is even in a perfect game, when you were pushing back Ixia, eventually she's going to kind of hit that mark. She's going to get to the mid game. She's going to get to that late. We don't really have an answer. Oh, big pop-up lands for best player onto Tarzan, down to 10%. All the damage coming out of Praise's Wrath is not going to be enough to save him. Shark picking up the kill for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, the mobility and the picks. Best player here, 4, 0, and 10. Definitely showing MVP candidates here. 707 from the side of Zia. Definitely also showing, you know, quite the strong gold laner from the side of GG here. They're dominating in both kind of the side lanes here and even in the jungle. And when we looked at the last game, right, GG, they had, you know, Chicken on the side lane just completely dominating there. But here we go, the team fight, the replay on the board. You saw Zia pretty much just full missile barraging underneath the tower. He does not have a care in the world, continues to go in, follows through, and they were able to pretty much completely clean up A77 in that small skirmish.
Yeah, man, a Gaimin Gladiator. I mean, they're basically setting the standard, and they're letting Area 77 know right now why they are at the top of the North American ladder. We take a look here at the items. We already saw 7k there for best player. He's about 3k above his Area 77 jungler Tarzan, and right now only left to the high ground towers. Lord at the bottom. Pressure not really at the top. You can see the blue. You can see the side Area 77 being pushed a little bit at the top. So this does mean that they're going to have the pressure only down here at the bottom. But I mean, right now, Zia and the rest of Gaimin Gladiators, there's not much that Area 77 can do, even with that advantage. Coming in with an Electro final blow, Yureshi going to be able to dash himself to safety. Lord now attacking the core. Big Violet Requiem lands. Tarzan taken down. Full barrage is out. Zia finds 3 kills. Shark finds another one as well. 11, 0, and 8 for the marksman of Gaimin Gladiators, and that's gonna settle game number 2.
That's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous. 13-minute game, private. Now we got an 11-minute game. The votes have definitely turned. It's a 13k gold lead for the Kings of the Kings here. Definitely a strong performance coming up. And honestly, they this is a team that has dominated pretty much throughout the whole entire season, and with this series only 2 games in, they're still just completely one-sided, and it doesn't seem like A77 have quite the response yet so far, even though they honestly had a pretty decent draft here, right? The overall KDA 21, 5 and 53, lots of KD, lots of assists for the side of Gaming Gladiators. They definitely grouped up quite well, very high damage coming out from them, and man, 11 minutes in, 21-5, it's just complete domination from the Kings of the Kings.
Yeah, an amazing game played by Gaimin Gladiators. And you were talking about the assist right from the early bit of the game. The assists, the pressure onto the marksman lane, that even though ISO was under tower, best player able to close the distance with the Violet Requiem, finds the kill very early, and then the pressure just continued to the point that, I mean, we've talked about it before, a lot of the rotations, and we've kind of sometimes ignored the matchups. Even like you talked about, a favorable draft from Area 77 where they should be having, I want to say, favorable instances in their lanes, still getting pushed back, taking a lot of damage, having to go home very early. There was just no pressure from the side lanes, and then unfortunately the rotations just added to that power for Gaming Gladiators for them to enforce their will. And here, Zia, I mean, man, this game, 973 gold per minute, 61,000 damage there. Tarzan, the sandbag, unfortunately, and best player here taking Shark's place with 16 assists.
Yeah, and I mean, Zia in that game, it was only like an 11-minute match, but out damaged pretty much all the mages that came in from the 13-minute match from the game before. So really paints a picture in terms of what GG has in their lineup. Now the head-to-head is going to be going for Chicken and Yureshi here. Chicken pretty much had just a little bit more impact with the R lot. Definitely was able to set up great team fights, not dying too much here and there. But Yureshi, I felt like there was potential there, moments of greatness, right? He was split pushing on the top side. We were wondering if the side of GG is able to find the response to deal with the split push that comes out from the Benedetta, especially paired up against the R-Lot. But it seems like GG handled it just really well and consistent, right? They were able to get the pick off on Yurishi when he overextended just a little bit, get the siege ongoing, watch for the petrify, and they were able to kind of disperse when the Benedetta ultimate came through. Overall, a great game again from the side of Gaming Gladiators. We look at the team fight participation, 95% for best player, 95 also for Zia. It paints the complete story. These two are crowned all-star players, and of course the supporting actors. This time around, Chicken did not get the team fight participation that he was looking for, but again, the overall win is still a win. Shark, high utility, 81%, and also even Hoon getting a few snipes here and there, completely just messed up the game, messed up the strategy for the side of A77, and allowed GG to just prevail and dominate this matchup.
Zia almost got more damage than the whole of Area 77 there. Sans, I want to say Yureshi in there. That's just incredible. And you were talking about the matchup between Yureshi and Chicken. Even without the ganks there, I felt like Chicken was really pushing Yureshi alone in the lane, and that was happening on both sides. So there just was no pressure from Area 77 on both fronts. And by the time Yureshi was able to start getting into those back lanes, to start getting those split pushing, to be a nuisance, to be going back and forth, it was already too late. Gaming Gladiators, I mean, an 11-minute close there, and that just meant that Yureshi just never was able to pick up fast enough to really kind of become that nuisance the mobility that he has.
So what's the strategy that these teams have to kind of face up, especially against a King of the Kings like this, right? There's a few options that I think could be viable, right? One, get strong lane clears. Things like Navaria, Brody. One skill hit, the lane is done with clearing, right? And the lane clear brings in a different structure where it is about prolonging the game. It's about tower defensing, and it's about just holding out as long as possible for our members to scale. And A77 has a good draft. you and I both agree, but in terms of the execution, in terms of how they're willing to prolong the game, maybe give up some of the fights that just are not favorable, A77's on the short end of stick every single place that they go, whether it is early game small initiations, whether it is getting jungle camps, or even like the big map rotations. GG is just standing out on top of that. So I think one thing A77 could do is give them a little bit more insurance in terms of the lane clearing. They've struggled to be able to clear the objectives at the second Lord at 11 minutes, 13 minutes in. Pick up the Navaria, pick up the Faramis. They provide some sort of bounce, some sort of AoE clear, maybe projects them into the right direction in terms of the late game. Because at this moment, it definitely seems like GG has the strategy to just be able to walk over A77 and maybe potential another 10-15 minute match of this series already over.
I feel like right now, sans the actual draft, for me, I want to say the execution and the rotations. I don't want to say Area 77 is slow, but Gaimin Gladiators are just so quick. As where they meet into those lanes. The first game we saw that even with Tarzan trying to invade, best player was always there, contesting his normal minions in the jungle, not allowing them to kind of steal. Then came the lane pressure. Second game, the lane pressure was so quick from best player to kind of close the distance, even under the tower where ISO thought he was all right. I just took a couple of shots. It's all right. Just gonna sit here, recuperate. Boom! In comes best player, Violet Requiem, and it's game over. And you've already started losing lane. You started losing gold, and the pressure just keeps on continuing. I want to say right now, this is a very crisp, very strong Gaimin Gladiators that I want to say it's even stronger than we've been seeing in the season right now. And I mean, that's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate story for Area 77 right now, who had that, I want to say, that little glimmer of hope, but it's starting to fade here. If they cannot, like you said, find the working composition, find that confidence in a lot of these rotations.
Now, Minotaur first pick is a little bit untraditional, especially with things like Ruby, Matilda being available. Oh, Matilda's actually getting banned out. Some things that they could use against the Minotaur could be something like a Grok, but I kind of want to see A77 try out some of the Asian strategies, things like the Masha, which has been let open the first two games. Like, these teams are going to be going up into MSC, and they're going to see a Masha, they're going to see a Natan, these Asian metas that are so extremely strong that they've, you know, played over and over in so many of these matches, and it's worked out. But the side of A77, it feels like they are still sticking to maybe something, you know, last year, right? The Valentina, Fredgen, strong picks. Honestly, love them. They're great. But it has not been working out, especially with the traditional drafts that they have. Bring in something extremely late game, or even, let's say, a Kaja Natan, right? Or, you know, Masha, right? It brings in that physical, brings in that magic damage. But this time around, see, GG is the one that's trying things out here, experimenting. Hoon on an Angela, you know, into the mage position, and the Roger potentially flex into the gold lane or even the jungle, right? And, you know, this is what I kind of want to see from the side of A77 to do. Go a little bit more off, because right now, currently, GG is just playing way too fast, just like you're saying. They're on point, the strongest 5-man that honestly we've seen them perform in, you know, quite the whole entire regular season. And now it's up to A77 to be able to push this series a little bit further. They are already down 2 games. What can they do to bring themselves back into this match? That is the important question here.
Man, we were just talking about the, I want to say the last few games we mentioned about the power of the Flask of the Oasis. And right now, Gaimin Gladiators, they're about to put on a show. You're going to have the healing from the Minotaur coming out. You're going to have the healing wave, the heart wave, I believe it is, from Angela out there. Angela's very viable. One of the few supports that is very viable in the mid game, especially, or in the mid lane, especially in the early game because every single wave she does, she can do more and more damage with every sequential wave that she does there, along with the amount of CC she has, the regen that she can put on. She's actually a menace, and if you're not careful, she can actually start stealing some kills there, which, I mean, you've known throughout, if you've played any kind of ranked games with an Angela, she's pretty prone to being able to steal kills. So a great pickup there, which means that you're going to have a ton of sustain for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they both operate well off of the pick of Roger, who, when he's switching forms, he gets himself a little bit of shield there, which is going to be added by Angela, which is going to be added by Minotaur with the Flask of the Oasis as well. I just want to say, like, it's a whole different level right now with Gaimin Gladiators, with the synergy you see from their drafts, even from the first three, when compared right now, Area 77, they've got that tanky front line. I want to say a little bit of that early game that comes in with the Valentina. She gets a little bit of bonus XP in her kit. I believe it's just part of her passive that she gets more XP as well. And we've got, I want to say Harith is kind of he needs his items before he really kind of kicks off. So in answer right now, we've only really got Valentina to kind of really hold up and support that early game for Area 77.
Okay, I'm going to pray. All right. I like the Kaja. I was honest to be like, hey, A77, maybe switch up their strategy. They went Matilda first game, Raphael second game, both photos strong. But maybe go for something like a Masha that brings in the physical damage paired up with the Harith. These are very hard defenses that GG has to bring up. This Ruby, I like it though. It is still a very, very great pick, Private.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this Yuzong. I mean, Fried Chicken just is a very strong XP laner, period. Yuzong, on the other hand, I want to say even if you're going up against like even XP laners, Yuzong can be a little prone to those ganks in the early game. I'd love to see a little pressure from Area 77, get those ganks off early on this Yuzong before he can get his kit that gives him a lot of regen, a lot of sustainability. And then here's the pick that you have been wanting to see, is that Natan out there right now for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, but what is it going to be though? Natan jungle or Roger jungle, right? And if we're talking about, let's say, more PHID, definitely Natan gold paired up with something like an Inspire could, or not Inspire, but Purify could negate a lot of the CC, versus Roger already has a lot of the defensive kind of jump and dashes with a short cooldown. So the retry on the Roger makes a little bit more sense for me. But this is Gaimin Gladiators that we're talking about that have taken the Natan in the jungle quite early. A77, again, a masterful draft coming out from Rose. The pack with the physical damage pairs so well with the magic damage coming out from the hair. If it's not something like a Natan, a Nolan, the pack definitely shines much brighter in the XP lane. So again, a wonderful draft coming out from both of these teams. Once again, Private, I don't want to eat my words. I like A77's draft once again. It's not like I'm voting for them. I just feel like they are drafting more balanced. But GG, so clean. 11 minutes, 13 minutes. It's hard to tell what they can do with whatever comp that they decide to draft here.
I was actually worried that this Natan was going to be like a Hanabi pickup, because mixed with the shield, the Flask of the Oasis on both Angela and Minotaur, providing more and more shield, and then the Heart Guard, I was going to be like, oh man, we're going to see another Hanabi game here. But thankfully we have Natan, a lot of burst damage. Area 77 fighting for their place in the upper brackets. One game-winning, potential game-winning game here for Gaimin Gladiators. And here to set the tone for North America.
Y'all hear that, guys? Private said, thankfully no Hanabi, right? You know, the two teams that we do see the Hanabi come out is going to be DA and potentially Bloodhounds with Ooga Booga on it. But most definitely DA has been the one that's showing on that. It's not going to be this match, but maybe potentially next match, Private. But going back to it. You know, we take a look at some of the emblems. You do have a concussive blast this time around with a tank emblem on Tarzan. So he decides to switch up his strategy here, right? He wants to go for a little bit more tanky, a little bit more utility, a little bit more sustained focus compared to kind of the support with the Impure Rage and the Brute Force build. So just a little bit change up in that build. Yes, Roger goes into that jungle, letting the taunt, having the flicker or the purify, just an extra spell to get him out of harm's way. I think it's a good decision. Once again, Roger just a little bit more stronger, but back on the mid side, you said the aggression, definitely aggression here so far.
Yeah, Shark doing a good job, and I want to say both teams doing a good job, both with their support and mid. Or actually, no, it's yeah, they're trying their best to kind of keep the waves here, the wave control here, so that they can rotate a little bit early. Unfortunately, Mark Hudi takes a little bit too much damage. He's not going to be able to rotate. He's going to have to go back home, and that's going to kind of set the tone for Gaimin Gladiators to be able to maybe potentially find themselves a pick before this first turtle.
Yeah, I mean, private. It's all about the little things that matter, right? The little wave management, the little rotations, the timing where, hey, I'm gonna rotate into the XP lane, or I'm gonna hide into the bush, or get this wave clear fast. But top side here, already aggression. You talked about it, right? Be aggressive on fried chicken early on. Get maybe a pick off. He's prone to a lot of the dives, a lot of the aggressions early on, and I think A77 definitely have a better strategy here.
Ooh, Black Dragon is out. Flied Chicken looking for a target. Locks on the Mark Cutie. Mark Cutie's going to use that flicker to get himself away. Is able to find a kill onto 2 members. And that's going to go ahead and set the tone for this next turtle. It is now a 2v or a 3v5 game. 2v4 at this turtle right now. Hoon coming in. Tarzan getting slowed down, looking for a stun. Appraiser's Wrath. Tarzan able to snatch up this turtle. He's looking for an escape. They are locked onto Cutie. Mar comes in with the Minoan Fury, able to set up a beautiful escape for Area 77, and suddenly there are signs of life in the extraterrestrials.
Not bad, right? Not bad. The signs of life has been shown. A little bit of greatness coming out from Tarzan, able to get the retribution with the bonk coming through. Lots of damage there, lots of potential, but when you look at kind of like that team fight that got drawn out, the side of Gaimin Gladiators to be able to stack the Yuzong up with the Angela paired up with the Minoan's Fury just in the right moment took off not only the flicker but the lives of Mark Cutie. And it was a very, very tough fight for the side of A77 to take, especially since they didn't get the early aggression that they were looking for the Yuzong. Now we're going to kind of this mid game where every single objective, the Black Dragon is going to be coming up. It's going to be extremely hard to deal with. But one thing that is in favor this time around compared to the last game is that ISO. He's doing quite well in the boss side. If not, he's doing much better compared to before. There's no early deaths. The 1v1 hasn't been too bad, and Shark here getting picked.
Unfortunately, that is a tank. They're still looking for the damage. Heartguard is on there, and that is going to be just enough to save Shark. And that is unfortunate for Area 77 that came in with the I'm Offended. And at the top, Yureshi actually gets a Heartguard of his own. That's going to save him. He's looking for a kill onto Fried Chicken. Black Dragon is out. Are they going to be able to find the damage? They are not. So pretty uneventful for both sides of the lanes here for both teams.
I would kind of have to comment a little bit undisciplined coming out from both of our teams, right? One, early aggression on the boss side. Shark already knew that that bush was filled with enemies there. They burned the heart guard early, right? A77 on the other hand, they had to burn the heart guard on the top side paired up with the Black Dragon. So I think it's a little bit of an advantage for the side of A77 here, especially with no Black Dragon available. And you know, technically no heart guard on Hoon just yet so far. So A77 theoretically should be able to get this with no problem. But again, a lot of ultimates have been used already.
Yeah, best player coming in, looking for an opportunity. Just like that, able to scoop it up. Minoan Fury is out. Heartguard saves the best player, and Area 77 unable to answer back.
And everyone walks out, Private. Like, what is this? They had a 2-man little unit coming through with best player getting the retribution off. Shark being the last one leaving into that team fight. Flickers completely clean. Gaimin Gladiators lose no member with a disadvantage in numbers, able to get the retribution. That's bad news for the side of A77. They have to find a way to be able to get back into this game, Private.
Yeah, right now you can start seeing Yureshi already does lose his tower. That's very early at the 5-minute mark. Best player putting on some damage. I mean, the team fight there, I mean, it's just, you're exactly correct. Best player just walked into it, able to get the retry, and then Shark securing the escape. As we have another here, a lot more damage coming onto Mark Cutie, but they are able to kind of create that distance.
Yeah, so it does seem like the new Roger build. A lot of people like going for that wind into the endless, maybe even into the BOD that ISO did in the very first match here. So a little bit of a build difference here. Shark getting pinned a little bit, but you know, there's not going to be that much damage output from the side of A77 yet, just so far in top side here. Yureshi, you're talking about him earlier, gets picked off by the combination of the Angela and the Black Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Zaman forces out for ISO. No in Fury looking, catches 2 members, and now focusing on the JQD. Appraiser's Wrath is out as well. Hoon finds himself a kill with the Hearts Guard. Black Dragon into the back lines, looking for a kill on the Mark Cutie. Fried Chicken able to find it as Tarzan finds a kill onto Shark, and 2 members, Area 77. Tarzan gets taken out next. ISO fighting for his life. Another Zaman force comes down, but it is not enough. Best player cleans house.
Another clean sweep from the side of Gaming Gladiators. And what's interesting is that they actually had Hoon on the top side the whole entire time, pushing out that wave. And then suddenly Hoon's back here in business.
Oh man, nowhere is safe right now. JQ needs to be very careful, especially because we've seen how far Best Player can dive into enemy lines with that Lycan Pounce and the Heart Guard combination. He dives just like that underneath the tower with the Heart Guard secured with Hoon at his heels.
And, you know, we honestly thought that A77 kind of had more of, you know, a fighting chance, especially with a lot of the uproars of them doing great in scrims. But this time around, they're getting quite dominated in pretty much all areas of the match. I think their draft is quite decent, but they're just losing out in some of these rotations. The side of GG is just playing so extremely clean, so efficient, and every little small skirmishes, they're just getting wins on wins. 9-1 is the overall. They've only dropped 1 death 8 minutes in and completely destroyed everyone in the side of A77.
Ooh, Best Player actually a little almost caught out of ways, but that's just the value you get. This is, I mean, I was talking about how much I missed seeing a Roger jungle. How quick, oh, Fried Chicken, just the mechanical ability there. Not even afraid. Appraiser's Wrath comes out, he's like, nah, just dives behind Tarzan, evades the entire thing, and still up here against 2 members. Now the rest of the team in tow. Wide, his days are not long for him.
Finally get 1 for the side of A77. They had to send 5 members onto the top side. That's good, right? You know, A77 able to get a kill here and there, prolonging the match a little bit. Best Player, though, might be caught out in a very bad situation, but I think he's turning that around even just with the Heart Guard himself.
Ooh, Minoan Fury does catch, and Mark Cutie does go down. This, I mean, this is what we saw, I want to say, like 2 years ago. The Hearts Guard and the Roger. I mean, it's just such a lethal combination, and how aggressive you can be with it. There's nowhere safe, especially under the tower. You can see here, Yureshi trying to put some damage on the Best Player, who is looking for an escape, but he's not really scared. He out-levels them by about 3 levels right now. So, I mean, he's not really afraid of them. Fly Chicken getting zone out. The rest of them, Shark doing a good job of just creating this wall in himself for the rest of Area 77. It provides more than enough room for Best Player to pick up this Lord.
It does seem like they're like, you know, the Black Dragon was used, I feel like, a little bit prematurely. You know, potentially GG could bait out the side of A77 to see if they even want to contest this objective, right? Save the Black Dragon, look for a team fight, potentially even get some pickoffs that they are looking for. And if A77 do fall for the trap, right, they're going to lose members trying to get the Lord. And if not, the side of GG both can have the Black Dragon available and get it. But Hoon here, there's no way he's going to be able to play this, huh?
Oh my gosh. We were just talking about mechanical ability. ability. I know best player gets the kill there, but Hoon, the way he dodged those dashing punches from Paquito there on Yureshi, I know the frustration is starting to set in. Minnow and Fury is out, followed by the Black Dragon into the back line. Tarzan able to get away, but ISO pays for it with his life. Another pop-up on the J Cutie, who is not long for this. Tarzan looking like he is next up on the line, but is going to dash himself to safety. Zia comes in with the entropy, finishes off the last two members of Area 77. That is a wipe. It's just Yureshi left, and I do not think this is it's going to matter. This is going to be a clean sweep for Gaimin Gladiators against Area 77.
Oh man, Private. 13, 11, and 11. A dominating performance coming out from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. This is something that we've expected, right? But it's not in this sort of fashion, not in how clean cut and precise and efficient this 5-man unit was able to perform in this stage of the game, right? We knew they were all suiting up, putting on their best performance, you know, getting that new nice haircut, preparing for the matches. It could be the massages, it could be getting the sleep earlier, going to the gym. But this performance, I don't know what Gaimin Gladiator has behind their back, because dude, 13, 11, and 11. This is just, you know, domination after domination after domination. The drafts were, you know, very competitive coming from both sides. But when you take a look at the match, when you take a look at the time, the gold, the damage output, the tankiness, it all just goes in favor of the side of Gaimin Gladiators. This is a team almost, you know, showing like no sort of weaknesses here, Private.
Yeah. I mean, 11-minute game here, 7 towers to none. I was talking, I've been so focused on what Area 77 and how much they have improved to kind of get to the top of the ladder that I almost kind of ignored. We can take a look here at the stats here too. It's 3-0 and 13 for Hoon there, 4-0 and 5 for Zia. Still best player, still kind of leading up there, 6-1 and 5. But as I was talking about, like, I kind of forgot that the Gaimin Gladiators, they even improved. They improved to such a degree that, like, it's almost like it is unnecessary because they're already at the top of North America. But they showed me a level here, just like you were saying. They came with their best slacks on, with their best haircuts, rested. They ate their Wheaties in the morning. Like, everything here was so precise by them. You could take a look here at some of the stats here. Even Shark stealing away. They don't even get the sandbag from Gaimin Gladiators. Shark's gonna go ahead and steal that up with the 67,000 damage taken there. And Gaimin Gladiators, they just put on a show of, like I said, precise and just great gameplay here.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of their improvement, yes, right? We expect them to become the champions of North America. But this improvement, to be able to get onto this next level, it definitely feels like they've been able to reach it, especially with you know, in terms of their last meeting in the regular season, it wasn't this crispy clean. I believe it was like almost a 20-25 minute match. It's one of the longest matches in NACT. So, you know, this time around, for them to have such a strong showing, 13 to 11 and 11, I think those are the 3 timers. It paints the picture that GG is out there for blood right now. The suit and tie is strong. They're pretty much on their best performance. Nothing is gonna stop them. I don't know if A77 is gonna be able to do it a second time around. Right now, it may just be all up to the winners of our next game, because GG just swept these guys in such a dominating fashion. You know, we can take a look at some of the damage dealt across the board. Best player stands out here with 45k damage. We talked about Chicken's impact here, 34k damage dealt on the XP lane. You know, damage is just so spread out throughout the tide of GG. Even the supporting actors like the Minotaur and the Angela do not fall quite behind here. Hoon, 100% MVP on this Angela. This man was everywhere from the XP to the base to inside every single player on the side of GG, just healing, sustaining, saving, and those hard guards were so impactful. We saw bot side, you know, Minotaur was getting picked off, and typically Angelas don't ult on tanks, but Shark, worthy, right? He did get that ultimate off, sets up for a great team fight here, and GG able to prevail in this series, dominating once again. Like, it's just absolute breathtaking, Liz.
Yes, breathtaking. Breathtaking, the fact that my predictions are the same as you guys now, because you guys both lost this one. But I think for this series, I expected more from Area 77, even though reality wise, I did think GG was going to take it just because of their win streak so far. But I was expecting, you know, maybe 1 or 2 games clinch from GG. But it seems like you guys mentioned, GG also improved. Well, everyone else is improving. So that's something we have to look out for.
Yeah, that's it's almost, I'm almost kind of ashamed that that's not a point that I've brought up before. I've been talking about how a lot of the teams have stepped up here in North America. They've been wanting to face that dragon of Gaimin Gladiators. They've been wanting to try to take it to them, and I kind of completely ignored the fact that Gaimin Gladiators can still improve too, to a level that we just haven't seen here before from them, especially in the season. Like, that was they had some great games during the season, but how they played here tonight against Area 77, like, without a doubt, is probably the crispiest I've ever seen them with their rotations, with their ganks, with their dives, and even with the drafts as well.
What's their secret sauce, Liz? I want to know. Typically with these shows, we kind of have that interview coming up, and I just want to know what their secret sauce is. Do they get that massage? Like, they got someone coming into the house, giving it to them, maybe they get their pedicure in the mornings. Like, what is their day-to-day life? Because honestly, the performance that they had here, it was unexpected from any of us casting here. We thought this game could have went to the 4th to the 5th game. We thought, you know, it could have been a long drawn 20-minute matches, no base towers left, but no, it was none of that, Private. Like, it was no towers defeated, winning every single trade, every single team fight. Like, what is their secret, Liz?
I mean, I guess the GOAT is wrong and Trek stands corrected. But well, we did notice on the cam, I don't know about massage, I don't know what's going on with Yue's head right there, but we did see best player seems like he made himself to Vegas. So and best player and Hoon are together playing that game. So maybe that's adds to the synergy. I mean, it's hard that you find 2 players playing in an online tournament so far that they're in the same room. I mean, that probably brought more synergy. I mean, best player had like 90% kill participation for many of those games. That's got to be something. I mean, he's everywhere on
Wi-Fi
the map.
buff.
So.
Wi-Fi
yeah,
buff.
So let's guess who the MVP is, Private.
Who? Zia? Yeah, it's Zia. I was about to say, man, even in that last game, he didn't have a huge score in that last game, but man, he was dominating his lane. Even I want to say in game 2, where we thought that he was going to have trouble, even alone. Like, yeah, you can see here, ISO on the Harith, who was supposed to actually have a problem with the Ixia was supposed to have a problem there. Even before Shark could come up and help him out, he was dominating his lane. And you could see here, no answer, like Yui was talking about, no answer for the full barrage of Ixia, just cleaning house for Gaimin Gladiators here.
And what's nice about Zia as a player is that he's not afraid to use different picks in different scenarios. It's almost like, you know, the side of Gaimin Gladiators know to set up Zia for kind of like that late pick. It's not always about, you know, prioritizing something like a carry or a Claude. He's willing to play some off picks, right? The Exia gets put off the Aritho, which he's done a clean job losing lane, but completely dominating and changing the fact after that. And now with the performance of the Natan, it really like well rounds his hero pool, his character. He's able to just perform and dominate at such a high like standings. It's wild, really.
I mean, you were going on about the Natan, how it's a better pick than Roger, and I guess Zia heard you and answered your call with that stunning Natan performance. Now we have an interview with Best Player. I mean, judging by the fact that he has face cam today, so finally we get to invite Best Player here on the stage, and also his side chick, Gosugun. I'm just kidding. All right. Thanks for joining us, Goon and a Best Player. We mostly want to interview a Best Player, but it's okay. You're here too, Hoon. All right, so Best Player, how did you end up at Hoon's place?
I live down the street from him.
What's
actually.
going on? What do you mean?
Nah, okay, on some real stuff. My internet is pretty bad, so I decided to come to Hoon's place. He let me come here for a job, so worked out pretty well. Plus, the team synergy is way better. Yeah. Also.
Yeah, we noticed today you guys did really well. And did you think that being at Hoon's place really helped you guys perform the way you did today?
Yeah, a lot of things worked better. The internet, the team synergy, everything just worked a lot better.
I mean, I want to know, is Hoon one of those basement gamer boys, or does he actually have a clean apartment?
Pretty clean.
Okay. Okay, good. What's going on?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
Whoa, what is that? That's huge.
I don't know, it's huge. It's another Guinevere poster.
Wow. I mean, I guess we have to find out that review on your own stream. So enough nosiness about your bromance. So for the game that we just saw, what is the most contributing factor that you feel for that draft in game 2? Because you had Guinevere, Novaria, Arlott, Ixia, Matilda. That's a very good draft, and that's a very MPL draft. So what do you feel?
I mean, the team synergy in that draft is already good. And then our team synergy in general is really good. So, it worked out, really, really well to how it was supposed to be.
I can't believe they opened all that. That's literally our best comfort heroes. Maybe they were prepared they already.
Jeez.
They lost Fredrin and opened everything else.
Pretty much.
I mean, even the first game, Fred made a mistake. That Fred goes crazy.
I agree.
Yeah, very, very crazy and very well. So we saw a lot of different variety of heroes that you guys pulled out. For game 3, why did you pick Roger jungle? I mean, did you want to pull that e-girl vibe from Hoon, or does it mean that marksman jungles like YSS and then Ranger are also coming back?
Well, for me, I've been playing a lot of rank, and I like Roger a lot. And Roger jungle isn't completely not a thing, and Roger gold is already a thing, so we could flex it as the best Roger in NA. So
wow.
Yeah, so worked out pretty well.
Do you agree? Best Roger in NA, Hoon?
Maybe second best after me.
Jeez.
My Roger goes crazy. They haven't seen it yet.
Whoa, okay. Okay. Well, Best Player, do you think Hoon is the best e-girl in NA? The best Angela?
Yep. Do you see his KP that game? 100%. Actually, next level.
Yeah, I played with Eager Angela so many times. I kind of adapted the playstyle.
Yep.
It's working pretty well. Paquito wanted me, but he couldn't have it. He tried.
So who did you give it to?
Wait,
Best Player. Never mind. Okay. So last thing before, I don't want to keep you guys up for too long. So is GG considering a coach for the later stages, potentially Vegas if you guys do make it?
I mean, maybe, but it's already I think too late. But if we qualify for international, let's say we win the grand finals, then I think we'll definitely consider a coach.
Yep.
I mean, why did you guys not consider a coach so far? Because we know that previously, before the international stages, you guys did have a last-minute coach. But do you think it could have been better if you had a coach early on?
I think the fact that the coach also needs to have a synergy with the team. I think you can't just have just because he's the best coach, it would work perfectly for your team last minute. Because we've tried having coaches last minute, and then it usually doesn't work out so well. And at this point of the NACT, it's almost heading towards the grand finals. Maybe we're just sticking to what we've been doing, and we're winning. So I don't see
so it's
much urgency in having a coach.
I mean, congratulations on that very dominating series. Are you gonna be in Hoon's house again for the next week? Because when you guys face for next weekend, the winner bracket, you might face, your biggest enemy in NACT.
Possibly. Yep.
Yeah. All right. We look forward to see you guys back together as one next weekend. So best of luck to your upcoming matches, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. GG.
GG.
The ship is strong.
Nice
This is when you jump in, Private.
It's nice to see them together and enjoying the games, and providing a little bit more synergy for them as well. And Hoon was absolutely right. I was talking about it during the game, but like Yureshi tried to come at him with the Paquito with some of those dash punches, and Hoon just sidestepped to the left, sidestepped to the right until Shark was able to close the distance. And I saw it right from the draft as well. When as soon as they gave Shark the Matilda, I was like, oh man, like there's very few things. I know there's some rules there that we've been talking about in North America, ban Matilda, drink water, and things like that. But probably number 3 is if you do let Matilda out, don't give it to Shark because he's super strong on it.
No, I mean, it definitely feels like the side of GG was very well prepared in terms of this series. A lot of people, may root for A77, even me in private, we were rooting for them, but it definitely feels like the side of GG cleaned up a lot of the things that they've been working on throughout the regular season. They were able to negate a lot of the weaknesses and make it into a lot of the strengths. You talked about the drafts, right? Like a lot of drafts were focus bans towards specific players, like the joy taken away from best player. But now it feels like they've been able to improve their hero pool. It's so well rounded, and they're able to get so many pickoffs, and now pushing them in with a series win like this, their confidence is just radiating off of each other. Like, this is a dominating team, and with that interview, it definitely shows the confidence that they need to be able to take the crown here.
Yeah, confidence and I guess internet, because seems like best player's internet is not the best, so I guess Vegas internet is better. But you guys do bring a great point that they have a huge hero pool, right? And that's very important in tournament scene when the enemies can't ban you out, and then you have so many different varieties that you can pull in. That's a lot to work with. So definitely for today, we saw the different hero pools. We thought from every single member of GG, which is pretty impressive actually. But yeah, Yue, I want to know, what is your strat this season with your predictions? Because you're, like left and right, like sometimes you're straight up going for that victory, especially the first week when you got a lot of things that we actually got wrong. But then afterwards, like today, I mean, did you actually expect A77 to take the victory against GG? I mean, private, we know he's a A77 fan. What about you?
Like, we all know what the statistics say. Like, everyone sees what has happened in terms of the standings, in terms of their past performances. But, especially when we go into the playoffs, I like to spice things up a little bit more. Okay. Even if it's like, a little bit more of a far reach. I do think we are at the NACT. Private, said it perfectly in the beginning, where this is the strongest and the most competitive NACT we've ever had. And the caster predictions do paint that same exact story, right? We're getting like 33% losses here, and compared to the previous seasons before, where each match was, quite pinpoint straight. My strategy this time around is I just want, more opportunities for different teams, and I do believe they all have it in them to be able to push through. But it's all about the preparation. It's all about doing your homework, watching those MPLs, getting those, ube, like team bonding experiences, and try to come up with a strategy that works well. And even Hoon said, right, the synergy that they have before their draft, great. Now with the new draft coming in, even better. And they talked about the coach where the synergy is not there. So I think anything could happen. This time around, A77 fell short-lived, but I can promise you all my votes are going to be matching up for the rest of the week.
All right. Okay. There he said it. Okay. We're going to hold him accountable starting from the next series. Okay. I want to see who you voted for the next series. But in the end, you know, I think Yue got a great point, and he has a really good strategy because now with what happened last season, now it seems like whichever team Yue roots for, there's always an excuse, right? The fans are like, yo, he's voting for the underdogs, or yo, he's winning on his predictions. You know, can't lose with the Yue strat. So maybe that's something that I'm gonna look into next season. But until then, we have the most anticipated match for a lot of fans. For people watching today, we have DA versus BTK. BTK 2.0 versus BTK 3.0. Who will come on top? Let's find out after a short break.
맥시가 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
Demon! He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom!
will go over to Tarzan Cutie with 3 kills.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of engagement happening.
Yeah, Pro Destroy is going to be able to shut down ISO. First kill on the board for Fiends. Last Sanity going out as well. May be able to find an answer, but no. Marquita with the response back. Full dive in with the last Insanity IMU. Tarzan will get 1, gets 2. Takes down your Cutie, and Pro Destroy Kohari will fall, making that a triple. He wants the Maniac, though. Rhinar will fall. Tarzan Cutie will get it. Speaking of matchups, though, aggression inside of the jungle. 4 members of Legacy trying to chase down 1 member. Jolie is going to find Zia, though. Shark trying to rotate around, trying to get out of there with the chip. It is 1-for-1 on the board, though.
This is the slowest car chase ever.
Ooh, I don't know if he'll be able to get out, though. Best player wants it.
Yeah, you do see a little bit of aggression there from Kuya Ken coming into the jungle, but he grabs Fanny instead of the buff, and you kind of want the buff so that it resets. Oh, he's looking for it. I think we did get a retribution out of best player, though.
Well, but he got a kill. So I would say that's a fair trade.
The gold lane is still doing quite well. R's not that far behind. He has quite a high damage. So there's still opportunity there.
Ooh, Big I'm offended onto 3 under the tower. But the Minoan's Fury lands onto 3 more. More damage coming out. The Devious Passion able to lock onto Zero, but Zero goes down. T takes the shots to the face and does not fall. Yato, Melon picking up a kill. Devious Activity find 3 members without losing a single one.
Now they're just playing kind of like the bully ball. It's 13-1, and they're able to just pick apart Nighthorde here.
Ooh, Momoy does get the I'm offended on. Followed up by the bombardment. Yato taking out 3 members off the field for DA. And Kush is out of town along with Melon. Nice wall coming from Momoy. Full barrage connects. The damage, Yato able to help him out, but Bosch might not be able to get away. No, R gets the killing spree. And now Devious Activity looking for the response. A little bit of damage onto Sayori. Kush able to find the kill, but R is just unloading. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Members of DA are falling. Oh, my foe takes the Lord, and Melon's on the run or on the chase.
A lot more 50-50s this time around. You can see the side of Nighthorde. They have a lot of damages that is actually available here, and R here.
Oh, gets the kill.
Can they get that advantage on the opposite side of map? And Zero, even down 0-2, is able to do so.
Ooh, Minoan's Fury plus the Shadow Stampede. And 2 kills go down. Melon gets them both.
They might potentially look to push here.
Yeah, using the Nether Realm just so they can really focus in. Everyone locking onto the base, and that is going to be it. Devious Activity take game number 3 for another sweep, sending Nighthorde to the lower bracket.
Maybe the high IQ play. Eat it, Zia! The final hit is Shark able to get out of there.
Alright, let's go, Lord. It's kind of getting a little bit iffy right now.
Can we do it? I need help, I need help, I need help.
Oh, wait, if they all come to Lord, Chip, teleport.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
No, I can't. I need enemy to TB.
Yo, Franco ulted, Franco ulted. Oh, they can't kill her. Nice. Just do Lord, do Lord, do Lord, do Lord.
Alright.
You have TB, Shark? Yeah. I'm TB now. Help me, please. You're not gonna fight me.
They might.
No. Shush!
Shush!
I'm back. I will.
Man, I need a tower lock, you know.
Out there, Joy. Joy.
Holy
Dead.
I reset Shark, ult someone. I come back.
Tower,
nice.
Right now.
Oh my god! That
was my shit almost gone.
Kill Franco,
Yes.
kill Franco.
Oh my god!
Have fun interview, Mr. Carlos.
Have fun.
No, I'm not doing it.
Bro, you haven't done a single
yeah,
interview.
boy.
You have to do it. You have to do it. You haven't done a single one.
Everybody did it already.
Meron pa mid ngayon. Di?
Ba't then? Mid na lang.
Mid muna. Lord, tap. Mutok tap. Pwede pasag tap ah.
Tara.
Trip sa bot, oh. Pre, basag, palo. Ulti.
Hilahin ako.
Ubos.
Gigong.
Tara, ubusin pre. Gladiators pre. Gladiators ka.
End na. Tamad na ako. Gakwa.
Naku, hero tayo. Uy. Dalawang kami eh. Ano pre?
Guard ult.
Nice.
Any flickers?
Yeah,
Nice 30 extra. Oh, shit. Holy savage. Oh my god, you're getting that interview. You're getting that interview right there. Savage. Nielo!
I got it.
No flicker.
I got it.
Damn.
Wait, America! I'm doing the America thing right now, dude.
Wait, I'm gonna dive in and then winter.
You know, I can tank base with my ult.
You should just ult now and then flicker first, Winter.
That's so many ults. Alright, GG.
Tower.
I stunned him. Kill him. All of them.
Kill him.
Kill them.
Give me savage.
Oh, here, basic. Dive him, basic. Oh my god, how'd you die? How'd you die? How'd you die?
Tower hit.
Oh, he don't. Play slow. We can like 2 more waves. Top.
Yeah, 2 more waves.
Top. Clear the way.
I'll retreat.
Wait, I think we might have to go Lord.
Yeah, I think Lord.
Get top first, Melon. Can you get top first?
Melon.
Let me get you Lord.
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, we need Lord. No, get top.
And
I'll start.
And there's so many waves.
Yeah, I think endable, no?
And the ball. No. No.
Tower, what the f***? Tower, Melon.
Yo, there's no wave.
Tower. BTK.
This fairy tale ended with the poison apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
してゆけ躊躇はゼロでラビュー光よりも眩しい存在感で世界をそうインパクトしよう胸をかき破った衝動が今歌となる諦めないで君の夢を不可能はないと証明するよ僕だけのメロディー奏でるから情熱のビートを高らかに刻むわ回り続けるこの星が We say
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars! Team up! Enjoy the beat!
無数の人がすれ違いぶつかって去っていく人生のそんなスクランブル交差点の中で偶然のバンプだって見逃したりしないでちゃんと互いを見つけられたありがとう絶え間ない信頼のビートがあるから僕はだっていけるよ涙も笑顔も四季折々彩っていく奏でるカラフルな本当な素晴らしい音楽だがって君とじゃなきゃ意味ないよ僕らが出会えた奇跡のストーリー永遠に歌い継いでいこうきっと世界を変えていくのはたった一人のいるよりも平凡で弱い僕らの絆が導き出す無限の力
Everyone, make some noise! It's time to rock! Time for sparkle! Let the stars be our witness tonight!
I know sound to hear because ちを抱く空は青く無垢に僕ら見下ろす残る傷はとそれは経験と成長重ねた印一人ず頼りない声もぶつかること恐れないで心の奥さらけ出して超愛した僕らが世界を変えるかき鳴らせ愛のセオリー高らかに響かせ目と目だけでハモって未来へつなげとにかく散々な過去だって振り返ってやるさありがって抱いて強がって本当に強くなれこの人生に送るよこの歌I'm gonna be a star try to pass it and here we are it's our utopia let's play the big symphony I'm gonna be a star try to pass it and here we are it's our utopia let's play the big symphony どんな夢を描いて胸をドラして僕らここへたどり着いたのか決して忘れないそしてこの情熱取り一つ伝えたい響いて僕らの戦い方全ての逆境も痛みも新しいメロディーへと変えて世界の不調和をチューニングしていく
There's power in music, I just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't want to fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys all connected. Blowing like currents, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop it.
I know that leads to here because I know we can change the world. It's time to play.
違うんだよ.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You seem... Please!
We'll go over to Tarzan Cutie with 3 kills.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of engagement happening.
Yeah, Pro Destroy is going to be able to shut down ISO. First kill on the board for Fiends. Last Sanity going out as well. May be able to find an answer, but no. Marquita with the response back. Full dive in with the last Insanity IMU. Tarzan will get 1, gets 2. Takes down your Cutie, and Pro Destroy Kohari will fall, making that a triple. He wants the Maniac, though. Rhinar will fall. Tarzan Cutie will get it. Speaking of matchups, though, aggression inside of the jungle. 4 members of Legacy trying to chase.
Ooh, are you guys excited? We're back from a slightly longer break than we've been used to having, but the teams are ready and we are ready for this next match, DA versus BTK. Lots to discuss here, guys.
Yeah, it's we've been talking about it, the orphans, the BTK 2.0 versus BTK 3.0 devious activity. This one, there's a lot behind it, and I'm sure it's electrified the viewers, it's electrified the cast here. I'm ready to go for it.
Do we say this is kind of like a team kill type of thing? Like they're both on the same side and they're just going at each other? Like, I mean, this is these two teams are quite strong here. I know BTK did get the win last time. It was a sweep. But a lot of people have been DA fans and they've been kind of on this train to see them rise out of the top winners bracket. I know I'm one of them. I'm definitely sure there's people out there, but again, you know, this is going to be definitely one of the closest match, especially in the upper brackets. I know last one we said it was close. This one's definitely going to be close.
I mean, last one we thought it would be closer, but this one, I do feel that with Joybotch adding back into the roster, it's more closer to what we call a BTK 2.0 or the Fallout Brothers, like I would like to call it, or the fans calling it Orphan Match. But whatever it is, we have the trio, the ex-BTK trio against their father, Amova Zane, and his new favorite, new kids. And, you know, judging by DA's performance last weekend,
solid.
I think there's a lot to look out for.
Oh yeah,
well, I mean, the DA, BTK beat DA, but it was not this roster. And in talks with last night with Yato, this this current roster was the original roster that was supposed to come out with DA. Something that they showed us last week too. Like, I mean, I believe them showing with that performance they had for us against the Night Horde last weekend. This was a rejuvenated, a quicker to respawn. Their rotations were solid, and I mean, a lot of these team members, Joybaj, T, Yato, they've been playing together for so long, and it's shown in the synergy that they have. Not just that, but then the addition of Melon to the main roster. He was basically a main roster already. He's been playing for them, I want to say, for the last 3 or 4 weeks now too as well, and has a huge place, a highlight reel for them as well. But we're gonna go ahead and take a look here. Melon in the gold lane, Joybaj, Yato, Kush on the jungle, and a T. This is the team that MOBA Zane raised. He fed them their milk. He brought them up, called them monkeys at one point, but these monkeys were able to surprise OP just a year ago. Then, unfortunately, this year, Zane went out for some milk and never came back. Actually, he did came back, but he came back with a brand new family. And these guys were left to fend for themselves. And fend for themselves they have. They've created this brand new team, DA, and have been wildly successful.
I do want to, try to change the narrative a little bit. For the side of DA, these guys have had success before Mobazane came into kind of the picture, right? I believe they were on Ackerman, and before that they were A77, especially Yato was there. I know T was there for a period of time back then when there was kind of like Galaxy, Merciless. I know Kush has been involved in that org too. So these players, even before BTK, they've been very, very strong, of course, with the success of the upset in the offline tournaments. We kind of viewed them as kind of like the BTK 2.0, and now forming a team to go against the man himself. It definitely paints that narrative. But once again, these guys have done it all even before Zane was involved in their competitive plays.
That's a great story. I mean, they swapped out the different Ackermans this time, it seems. So let's take a look at BTK's roster private.
Of course, we're going to have a basic bringing up the marksman lane, new to the roam, but shining Cold World, and Nicolette in the mid. I want to say fan favorites for North America right now. Mobazane, of course, on the jungle, and the GOAT himself in the XP lane, Mielo. Just a strong team, and I said it yesterday too, one of the strongest versions of BTK that I think we have yet to see here in North America.
And it's very interesting that basic, we've seen him perform well. Milo, definitely. These are kind of the off lanes that technically don't involve a lot of synergy in terms of being able to hold their lane. But on the other hand, this new mid duo where it is Cold World and Nicolette, this is something quite different. We haven't seen this combination before. They've played against each other plenty of times, and even Cold World came from a jungle position into that marksman position, and now finding himself, and he also played mage for Gosu for a period of time, and now finding himself in the roam position for BTK. This man has done it all. I'm super excited to see how they face up against kind of the Yato synergy with Joybaj, especially back in the days where they had so much success. So it's definitely going to paint a very, very competitive picture for both of these teams.
Yeah, and if you guys haven't checked out our little roundtable that we did inviting both Yato and Midnight, Coach Midnight from BTK, we had a discussion about how and why they put in Cold World on the roam position. And Midnight told us that Cold World, his game sense and macro is on another level, which is true. I mean, Cold World has done it all in different positions, and this time he knows exactly what Mobazane needs and where he needs a support as a jungle main. So I think that's something that we have to pay attention to this season. And the longer the season goes, the more practice they have as a synergy. And we have some of the most confident players on each individual lanes, like Milo, Goat. He's gotta be the most confident XP laner in NA, if not, in YouTube at least. And then also we have we have Basic, who is also making plays. So let's see what our casters feel about this matchup. Yue, you said that, and I quote, that your predictions are going to be correct for the rest of the night and the rest of the weekend. Liz, explain yourself here.
we talked about this, right? Like, you know, DA is a very, very strong team. Yes, BTK did get the sweep, but this is a complete new DA. And with, you know, roster swaps like Joybaj and Melon in this time around, I do think DA has practiced enough. And their performance against Night Horde was so clean and precise. I do think they have a great chance to take on the Bloodthirsty Kings this time around, Private.
I think I used up all my hopes for the Area 77 pick, so this one I'm just gonna stick with statistics. And right now, BTK have shown that they are a powerhouse. We talked a little bit about Cold World, and especially coming in as a brand new roam for the team has even been like one of the most integral parts of BTK, especially in their victory over Gaimin Gladiators, giving them their one and only loss. So I mean, it's hard. I'm hard pressed to choose against Bloodthirsty Kings in this matchup.
One and only match, and one and only motto for the season, which is drink water and bad Matilda. So that's gotta be something that we give it to Cold World. I mean, with this matchup, regardless, it's either Yue taking the bottom of that tier with the prediction list, or I dragged Private down with together, because we have all neck to neck right now. So a lot to look out for. And I think it really depends on how well BTK performs this time. I mean, sometimes it almost seems like BTK performs so much better on their good days. And then it depends on how the players are feeling today. So I'm looking forward to see how they do today. But before that, we have another giveaway for our lovely fans who are watching right now. I like how we're doing this early, guys. This gets us pumped and gets us ready with our phones out. So on the screen, you have permanent skins, 30 permanent skins for Granger. I mean, are we seeing Marsman coming back, guys?
Yes.
I mean, yes. I mean, we've been seeing the Roger, especially for the Roger right now. And there's been little whispers of Granger. He's having an effect. He's maybe not at the tippy top of the iceberg of competitive play, but he's still hanging on by a tiny little thread in the jungle position.
Yeah, I mean, Granger, it's definitely a pretty interesting hero, especially now with the Roger coming back into, you know, shining some light in the jungle. There's definitely a possibility that the Granger comes in, and you know, if you take a look at a lot of the Asian metas, a lot of them are experimenting with a lot of the 1-3-1s from back then, where they put the two fighters in. So you know, we do get kind of a breath of fresh air. So you know, definitely go and grab that Granger skin, because you don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe he's gonna be meta for the next MSC, you know.
Yeah, it seems like it all goes round and round in circles. And let's see if this match will go your way. Yue.
My way. Yue. My way. It will.
Well, I'm
it will.
actually... Of course, no panicking right now. I mean, we talked a little bit about it last night. Midnight and Yato on the same stream, both very confident in their team's ability here. I want to say Yato a little bit more outspoken, Midnight a little bit more reserved, doesn't want to give out too much. But we were talking about it, especially against the game against Area 77 and Gaimin Gladiators. There's a lot of picks out there. There's a lot of bans you can put, which leave open still many picks that can be utilized, and we're going to see how well both of these teams can kind of utilize that. We've talked about the Lu Yi, Nicolette, a special I want to say even before Lu Yi was the Lu Yi that we all were fearing. Nicolette was still feared on the Lu Yi back in her, I want to say, Team Sexy days. A team that she was on, I want to say 2 years ago, she brought in and actually was one of the ones that made me a fan. Of course, we're going to see that banned out by TA. They're not going to go ahead and take the chance of her getting her hands on that.
Now, with what BTK kind of has provided with us with a lot of the past matches, you know, something like an Harith, a pack coming out from their side lanes is something that we've definitely been quite used to. With the Louis being banned on the board, things like the Valentina and the Varia becomes a little bit more prio here. It seems like both of these teams are looking for some target bans, right? DA painting the story that, hey, we're going to focus on Nicolette's hero pool, potentially first picking a mage of our choice. Things like the Vexana and the Varia is still available. And for the side of BTK, you know, after that first pick, especially since Louis is being banned out, things like the Ruby, the Arlot can be available to flex onto that roam position to, you know, to make things a little bit interesting. Of course, you know, the dominance of the utility style jungle, right? Kush and Mobazane both are very, very proficient on heroes like the Akai, the Barats, the Fredrin, the Boxia. So the lot going to be quite available. The Fredrin gets taken out. You know, I'm expecting something like a mage first pick into a utility jungle like a Boxia as the counter for the early games of this draft.
I was gonna say, but do you give up the Barats to BTK?
Give it,
or do you take that away? Just you just say, just give it. The one thing is that I want to say, DA of any of the teams here for BTK. DA probably know BTK the most. They have the most, I want to say, personal experience with the team. Kush used to be a member of BTK way back before Yato and all of them. So, I mean, they know each other. If anybody's going to be able to kind of know perhaps his rotations, where he likes to go, the aggression he likes to have to try to steal, which we've seen. Zane can kind of get caught. He's prone to really want to stall the enemy jungler, to start taking his minions early, and he can get caught sometimes. So we'll see if either Zane has become a little bit more disciplined, or if DA is able to find Zane and quickly collapse onto him.
Wow. So a very neutral start, in my opinion, for both of these teams, right? A first pick CC doesn't really give away too much. The same thing with BTK, right? The export against CC, a matchup that we've seen pretty much numerous of times, is something that's not out of the ordinary. Nicolette early Valentina pick, it definitely feels like we have a rise of a early game Valentina in the draft. It's not something that has been significantly prioed, but you know, especially in our upper brackets, it seems like a lot of these teams really like it. Now, you talked about the Barats comes out paired up with the Novaria. The side of BTK could opt to, you know, go for a marksman and deny some of the marksman picks, and, you know, rely on Zane's wide hero pool, especially since they're probably banning out the Boxia, the Akai, or pick something up for Mobazane. Let Cole World get a better opportunity, especially in the last pick, because BTK, they do have the last pick available. Last pick roam is definitely something, a very good strategy that people like. Yes, Mobazane picks up the Akai, so no jungle denies. The side of BTK missing a marksman and a roam, and the same thing goes for the side of DA.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we're gonna have here. I think the are we going to go ahead and ban out the Roger, or I'm expecting either a Roger or a Harith ban out here to either complement with what they're going to be taking, or the counter to one of those as well out here. Basic has actually been very good. He's I want to say from the player,
love it.
It's not every day. I mean, we've talked about this before. I'm more of a fan of the Hanabi when there's an Angela on the team, just because I felt like that is a combination that is just nigh unkillable, with the Heartsguard combination shield plus the Flask of the Oasis. I'm not a huge fan of her without that, just because, I mean, I feel like that puts her up on a level that makes her more viable in that lane. But we did see last week, DA did have a lot of success with the Hanabi, sans the Angela out there. So, I mean, a good call out by them, but like I feel like we're kind of ignoring the bigger problems for the whole of the meta, which is that Roger pick that could possibly be coming out here.
Now, I'm gonna go on with my praying strategy once again. Things like Masha and Natan should be coming out quite early in the draft, especially since things like the Akai, the Export, even possibly the Valentina doesn't get banned out too often. The side of DA opting to ban out a lot of the sustained and the utility heroes that Mobazane loves to have, but you know, to be able to, oh, okay, never mind. I'm gonna take it back. There's probably no Masha coming in. Okay, maybe DA is gonna go with the Masha. All right, Masha and Natan for DA then. Let's do that, Private. I've given up. I'm disappointed. I don't like this.
I was a little confused with the Florin ban out there. I feel like that's a very tiny blip in a very large pool that Cold World has shown us thus far for BTK. Arlott being picked up, I mean, that's a pretty dominant. Wait, so that's going to be in Arlott Rome, I presume. For them, for DA, and then we're just waiting for that marksman pickup by them. Do we go with the Roger to be countered by the Harith? No, we're gonna go with the Ixia.
Yeah, it gets picked up here now. Just to shine a little bit of light on this foreign pick, the bloom that comes from it is a global ultimate that does not get affected by any anti-heal. Right, so things like Boxia that is widely popular, especially in the Asia server, Florin could potentially be a great pick, right? You know, to go up against things like the Matilda and Angela is definitely a possibility there. So I do see where DA is looking for, but I don't know if BTK's strategy is to actually go for something like a Ube strategy, right? Cold World, very, very high mechanical hero player. He can do pretty much everything when it comes down to set, utilities, picks off. Things like the Kaja could also be available here. I think he has a very wide hero pool that he can choose. He opting to go for the Grok. The Wild Charge definitely works great, especially to deal with a lot of the CC and the no dashes coming out from Melon. So, you know, BTK with a pretty strong draft. DA, of course, a strong draft themselves too, but we will have to see how these two teams face up in the very first match of the series.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of wondering, I mean, we've got the backline dive from BTK, so you're going to have to be very careful if you're Melon. We've seen him, he's been an absolute star for Devious activity. He's been pretty much, I want to say, the MVP for like the last 3 weeks of them. He's absolutely shined. But here we got some backline dive. We've got Xborg with his last Insanity. Moba Zane's going to be able to just bowl right through the entire team if he wants to get to him. And then you've got the Wild Charge from Cold World. A lot of tools for BTK to be able to shut down Melon before he becomes that menace that we've seen here in a lot of their games. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what you've come here for. BTK taking on Devious activity in our last series of the night, the first game of this series.
Yeah, two teams very, very proficient on, we typically call the strategy the front to back type of strategy, right? Where you have the mages and the marksmen in the backside, and you got the front line, the heavy fronts in the front. You know, fronts in the front. Devious activities, they got the Barats, the Arlott, and the CC to be able to negate a lot of the damages out in the front, and even try to get onto their backside if possible. And the same thing with BTK, right? The Akai, the Grok, those are strong frontline heroes. Even the Xborg, it's going to be quite hard for both teams to kind of penetrate each other. Now, let's take a look at some of the emblems. Two common emblems on both of the roamers, Joybaj, with the Quantum Charge, along with the Quantum Charge coming out from Guak. So lots of utilities quite early on, some trades and auto attacks here and there for some mobility. But in terms of the emblems, besides the Quantum Charge on the Arlott and the Grok, relatively standard across the board here.
I feel like this is going to be like this composition from BTK combined with the emblems is like, it's all about penetration, like just rushing through the enemy, getting to that back line, shutting down those squishies very quickly and being able to close the distance, especially on heroes like Yato, who likes to really stay very far, poke out with a lot of those little sniping abilities. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Devious activity is going to be able to set up correctly, maybe delegate some of these fights. Or if it's going to be like BTK, just like they get the momentum, they are able to charge, they close it down, and then able to secure some of these objectives.
Well, you know, quite honestly, I think both of these teams are quite happy with how their draft is going on, right? The both front to back, they have you know, abilities to stop each other when it's necessary, right? CC can dive onto the backside. Same thing with the Arlott. Versus for the side of BTK, they don't have too much necessary dives. They do have the Quantum Charge, but before that,
yeah, a nice well-placed little snipe there is able to take down, almost take down the Faraga armor from Yellow. On the back, big Wild Charge, followed by a last Insanity. Beautiful wombo combo there from BloodThirstyKings, but Kush on the back end, able to secure the turtle.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good pickoff for the side of BTK. They were able to displace T and get the last Insanity off of them, but the side of DA do pick up the objective. So it's going to be quite even across the board. Now, if we take a look at some of the late game scaling potential, I do think Exia and Rithel matches up quite well, even though both of them are significantly different in the gold lane, right? Rithel definitely have a lot more mobility in terms of the late game, building up some of the crits into like Has Claws, Berserkers, versus Exia is going to go for a much different route, right? Something like the Corrosion into DHS. So very different late game potentials from both these marksmen, but they both scale up quite well. Now, in terms of the jungle, right? Akai and Barat. Typically, Barat has kind of a small advantage in terms of getting that retribution off, especially with the first skill, just a little bit more damage than Akai's burst. But he does have the heavy spin to be able to push enemies out, and also Barat has ability to deal with that, right? The Daytona's welcoming to get some of the immunes off, and if before that, it seems like they're going to go for it.
Oh, Mobazane gonna have to use that heavy spin to get himself out of harm's way. Almost able to close the distance on there. You're talking about late game, and I almost want to say, I want to point out something very specific about the kit of Akai, especially when it comes to a lot of these lord dances. Akai, every single time he uses an ability, he's gonna get himself a little bit of shield on him, which helps him when it comes to a lot of these lord dances because he doesn't actually take damage. He's able to juggle a lot of those shields around to make sure he's not, whereas if Kush tries to juggle around a lot of these Lord fights, eventually the Lord is going to be able to tick him down, which I've seen in a lot of these late game fights for BTK, that Mobazane gets really comfortable on that Akai, and they're able to kind of just withstand those that waiting period at these objective fights.
Seems like Milo is going to be coming up. CC is shortly followed here.
Ooh, yeah, Kush in a little bit of trouble, down to about 50%. In comes the last Insanity Mielo, able to fend the kill onto Kush. Yato finds the turtle. Now the full barrage is out. Melon finds a kill onto Mobazane. Coldworld, very low. Joybaj gets picked off next. T with a dash is going to be able to create some distance, but we are now sitting at a 1-3 for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but another objective goes over to Devious Activity.
Yeah, they were able to pick up that objective. They almost had, quite a strong winning fight, but just a little bit of an overextension after the kill. They did kind of get traded there. The scoreboard is 3-1, but the gold is still quite close for both of these teams. Now, one thing from the side of DA they do have is this range, right? BTK has a very front to back heavy focus type of comp. They don't have assassins that can get onto the backside or high mobility heroes like CC or Benedetta to be able to get onto the backside of Yato. So if they are unable to shut down Yato, it might smell a little bit of a trouble. But on the other hand, Devious Activities, they don't have too much peel, right? Arlot has a little bit of the CC. Brats can stand in front of the people, but Exia doesn't have a lot of people like, let's say, a Terizla to stop people in their tracks. And I think that's DA's weakness, right? If, a few of the front lines do get softened up or the position is not correct, a wild charge can end their lives, or heavy spin from the backside paired up with the Rithel, it could smell a lot of trouble. So DA, even with a comp that, the Navario is going to be quite safe in the backside, especially compared to what BTK have in terms of their skills, it's still going to be quite the hard team fight. It's not convincing enough for me to say that, hey, Devious is going to be able to take this because Yato is not going to die at all. Yato's probably not going to die, but it's still going to be a hard match for Devious to get a convincing win here.
Man, I feel like it's going to come down to who is the initiator for a lot of these fights. Are you going to be able to start off with that final slash, which is going to allow Ixia to kind of put on the damage there? Oh, but we do have Kush is going to go ahead and start on this turtle on the back end. T and Mobazane fighting. Mielo trying to put on the damage on the Kush. You do have the last Insanity followed by a wild charge. The combination able to take down Kush. Another well-placed combination from BTK. That's going to go ahead and reset the turtle, but DA not through just yet. T doing a good job. He's zoning out Mobazane. So they don't even actually have a retry for this turtle right now. Speaking of which, Joybaj on the mid right now. Nicolette actually burst him down. Mobazane finds a kill onto T. That is 2 down for Devious Activity. They're going to go ahead and back up. Bloodthirsty Kings going to go ahead and pick up this next turtle. 1-5 in their favor.
Yeah, it's so interesting in that fight where you have the CC kind of zoning out the Akai for most of the fight, and then you also have the X-Borg zoning out Kush. But the difference is they were able to pick off Kush pretty much by himself, and the CC kind of falls shortly after. Now BTK takes the objective, no contestation, pushes their gold lead to a more significant margin this time around. It's about a 1k lead so far. Along with that, tower is just going to be pushed a little bit more. 1.7 now is going to be the overall difference here. BTK definitely having a strong showing. The front to back is working quite well. Even, you know, not able to get Yato in a lot of these team fights. It seems like the front line of, you know, DA is unable to sustain against the high burst and damage that BTK has, and BTK is just kind of able to win majority of the skirmishes so far in this game.
Yeah, and I was about to say that there's just a big difference when it comes to the CC, which is what Devious Activity is going to kind of need to be able to burst down somebody from the side of BTK here. You got a huge front line. You've got, yeah, you can see here the audience predictions, 20% for Devious Activity. I feel like that's pretty generous for the amount of BTK fans that are in North America here. Yeah. But like when it comes to these objective fights, there's a lot of tools in the heavy spin, the wild charge, Mielo being able to zone people out with that last insanity. A lot of tools here that can shut down Kush, that can stun Kush to leave open an opportunity for Mobazane to get the retry while Kush is either being stunned or zoned out. And it's something that the team of Devious Activity is going to need to counter if they want a chance here. As they go ahead, put some damage on the Mobazane, does activate that heavy spin, and he gets taken out by Kush. That's 20 seconds still left, but at the top lane, BTK finding themselves a trade.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that Zane typically gets caught off from time to time, but the side of BTK, they do get the punish onto the top side. They're able to pick up the marksman, which I think that's quite a win on their hand. It just feels like the side of Devious, they're just like the X-Borg impact is just so crazy right now. 401 is his overall. He pretty much has 5 out of the 6 kills on the board in his hands, and the X-Borg is just so hard to deal with, especially with the front lines that the side of Devious has to offer, right? CC, you know, Barat, Arlot, those are heroes that gets shredded down by the X-Borg quite easily here, and I think that paints a very, very good picture on what happened in the early game, right? Kush getting picked off and completely zoned away by Milo, and then potentially now Milo is able to get a few kills here and there. He has the immortality, he is in the front side. You also got the wild charge there. Impact play.
Yeah, big wall comes out. Full barrage is out. The rest of the BloodThirstyKings are going to back up. Kush alone in the back lines of BTK gets bursted down. Coldworld's going to have to find himself an escape back home, and the Lord is reset. I want to say BTK, I don't know what they're doing for like practice, but like a lot of these engagements just seem so smooth, so rehearsed. Wall up, immediate wild charge, immediate last insanity, takes down Kush without, he doesn't even know what hit him. Yellow trying to zone out. Here comes another last insanity, not able to find the target, but the Lord being ticked down. Basic does find a kill onto T. I believe this is going to be a free Lord for BTK.
Yeah, and we haven't really mentioned Milo too much here. He is going to be leading in terms of the damage dealt chart, which is very, very significant for an XP lane, right? X-Borg, typically you do build up a lot of the tanky items or axe into kind of the immortality that Milo has right now, probably paired up with the brute force. And he's dealing tons of damage so far, being so extremely annoying. BTK here setting up with the Lord marching down on the top side, gets the last sanity off here.
Yeah, he does not have any more. Oh, another wild charge comes in at the cost of Coldworld's life. Mobazane comes in, heavy spin onto Joy Boz, looking for a kill onto him. Melon is down. Oh my gosh, a lot of damage goes onto BTK, but the rest of DA, are they going to be able to capitalize on him? Yellow still has that immortality, but he is dangerously low. The rest of Devious Activity are going to have to back up as there is a Lord at their top gates.
Yeah, another great team fight coming out from the side of BTK. The heavy spin paired up, like with the damage that they had, it was just a little bit too much for the side of DA to handle. Now, there was moments of greatness where, you know, the Brass was able to kind of get that knockback, and 2-3 members came back and almost felt like DA was able to get that burst through, but the team fight still went into the favor of the side of BTK. The gold gap, 4.6k, about a 1.5 on the gold laner. Once again, you know, Irithel typically goes into kind of like that crit Maleficent prolific roar. Berserkers has claws versus the Exia is going for a lot of the attack speed. We call it kind of the Trinity build where they go for corrosion and DHS. You know, it's just different styles of marksmen. I think both are great, but it just still feels like DA is lacking a little bit in terms of kind of the peel department.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a replay here for that big push up there. We saw the wild charge. Cold World gets cost, but Mobazane comes in there, does get a lot of damage on there. We're back to the main game here. Mielo putting on the damage. He's got, I want to say he's like 3K above most of the players here. So able to kind of withstand. He's got a lot of his defensive items that you can see pretty much an example of there. They're not even able to bring him down.
Yeah, I mean, 404, he's gotten pretty much every single kill possible. You know, most likely highest damage dealt player in the game so far. You know, Valentina definitely, you know, playing more of a supporting act. Basic also farming kind of for the late game, but Mielo definitely has, you know, shown himself, you know, put himself above the rest so far in this match. Definitely showing a strong performance here so far. 5K gold lead, DA, you know, looking to see if they can get back into this game. They have what it takes, right? Novaria does able to have the ability to, you know, clear waves, prolong the matches. I think that's one of DA's strength here is the Novaria is still deathless. Right, every single member has died, but the Novaria is being kept alive quite well, and I do think that is going to be the reason if the side of DA can get a little bit of reinforcement. But again, BTK playing a great game, especially on Mielo. Side of DA really has to find a response against the Exborg here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not just the export that is the problem. I want to say BTK has been doing such a great job. When they're all here and they're not being zoned out, Cold World, it's Wall, Wild Charge, into Last Insanity, plus Nicolette's putting on the damage as well. Kush in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to get popped up there and is getting bursted down. Mielo with another kill under his belt there. That's going to be, I believe, a 5 for him right now. 5-0 and 4, now stealing the purple buff while Zane goes ahead and secures himself a Lord.
This is a really strong team coming out from BTK, right? DA, especially with the new lineup coming in, the performance against Nighthorde was so crystal clear. It felt extremely convincing, but this time around, BTK definitely shown that DA still has a lot of weaknesses that they have to kind of watch out for, because 7K at 15 minutes is not significant, but it's still extremely one-sided. BTK has all the outer towers available. Now they're getting a very good sync from both of the side lanes. The Lord is marching down, so I would say this is pretty much the most perfect scenario that BTK has. But once again, DA, they have the Novaria, should be able to get some clear going on, but I do think the siege is going to be quite nasty to defend against.
Yeah, attacking from all fronts right now. You can see one tower goes down at the mid. Big wild charge lands on the Kush. You can see Mielo putting on the damage. Nicolette, the full barrage, finding a kill onto Nicolette. This might be over for... Oh, Mielo has his well into the back lines. Looks like he got left behind. And an unfortunate heavy spin onto T is going to allow Basic to find a kill.
Yeah, now finally DA getting a little bit more traction in some of these team fights. Definitely a small mistake on BTK's end to continue the siege even after the Lord is marched down. But look at DA's base. It's just wide open. There's some damage chipped onto the base tower, and the last outer tower is just, you know, one hit away from down. So definitely BTK, that was a well versed push right there. Now DA on the attack onto the top side.
Yeah, now really actually using this momentum that they just got for that defense to its fullest. Unfortunately, with so little health left on that tower, I feel like you have a very small amount. You have a small window if you're DA to make something happen before you have to start answering stuff at your base. Possibly pushes coming, but I want to say they're starting to come back here, bringing down that gold lead to only 5K against BTK right now.
Yeah, I mean, the 5K lead, especially when we go on to this 17-20 minute mark where the Lord is just much more bigger. It's the gold lead is not going to be too big of an impact, right, for both of these teams, and especially with the late game marksman scaling that Melon is on. Also the Rithel that Basic has, it's still quite an even match, but BTK, the front to back comp paired up with the CC from the wild charge and the heavy spin, it's a lot to handle for things like, let's say, a Barat or even the Arlaw, right? They get displaced pretty much all instantly, and it's extremely hard to deal with. BTK definitely having a strong showing here. Milo coming into the battle, and members of DA just completely disengaged, right? They have to put the CC on the bot side. They don't have an inhibitor tower. They have to find a way to clear. It's going to be a 4v5 on most of these objectives. It's just the lack of the early game, the lack of the CC and the peel that DA has. They just don't have the perfect setup so far to be able to deal with the split push, that bot side far wave that's just being pushed constantly, and it's just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and Mielo actually loses all of his Faraga armor, so he's going to have to back off. Joyboss into the back line, gets popped up. In comes Kush, looking for an opportunity. Immortality procced for Joyboss. He goes down to Basic. T alone in the back line of BTK. Full barrage is out, playing waste to the damage. You can see Moba Zane goes down, and that's going to mean no retribution for BTK. The rest of Devious activity trying to trade up positions. Another kill. Melon finds a kill onto Mielo. Nicolette comes in from the side, and Melon flickers in for another kill. That is a triple kill for Melon for that engagement. They also pick up the Lord.
Yeah, the second that the Raga armor got picked off puts BTK kind of in a very big disadvantage, because you look at the damage dealt, right? 71k from the export. He was huge in majority of these team fights. Now Yato is gonna be taking the lead in terms of the damage dealt, but the side of DA, especially when that export does not have the Raga armor or Last Sandy available, Kush pretty much has a very, very happy time in trading a lot of these kills. Even Moba Zane, he held on to that heavy spin until the last moment where he did see an opening, especially to go against T, but it backfired, right? The Daytona's welcoming was there to catch Zane off guard. They do get the pick off, and the Exia scaling 5-2-3 now with the DHS, with the corrosion. He's hitting so extremely hard. It's now backfired for BTK that they don't have the gap closer. They don't have the backline damage to be able to find Melon in any of these team fights. And if they keep it up right now, it seems like DA just has the power and the ability to just siege with the front to back comp that they have.
And just like that, Devious activity find 4 towers of BloodThirsty Kings here, now looking for their 5th. We're going to go ahead and start moving on to the high grounds of the top. Pressure through the mid. Mielo struggling, looking for an opportunity. You're trying to see that front line right now. Mielo heading up the front. Cold World with the concealed play on the side. Here comes a big wild charge and a flicker. Finds a connection on the Devious activity. T in trouble. Full barrage is out, but they close the distance too quickly onto Melon. He's heavy spinned against the wall. Basic finding his kills alongside Mielo. And now they are chasing NT in an unfortunate position here. Yato trying to support his escape, but it's not going to be long for T. And just like that, BTK turn this around.
Yeah, but Joybaj is still on the backside here. So DA definitely still having a last chance, last bit of survivability. The mid is going to get pushed along with the bot side. Now, that is a very, very big minion wave. Death timers 20 seconds on the board. Basic already doing some damage. I don't know if DA is going to be able to hold on to this here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to try to, they're going to need to try to take down these minions. Final Slash comes out onto Moba Zane, looking to try to take down these minions. But look at the rest of BTK nailing into this core. That's going to be game 1 going to BTK.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin here. BTK able to get the victory in a 21-minute fashion game. The gold lead is still quite close, but the BloodThirsty Kings were able to come out on top. And, we talked about kind of the front to back strategy that they had. If Milo was able to get that last insanity off, especially since his Raga armor was not taken away, it seems like BTK were able to get the fights that they were looking for that win. So, if BTK is just a little bit more patient, they should be able to take this quite convincingly. And they were able to do so just that. Now DA with a different strategy coming through, it was quite close we saw a little bit of momentum when they, you know, the side of BTK did fall a little bit under the base of DA. They were able to get a few towers, get some push in, but the overextension kind of cost them the game. Milo was able to kind of pull through once again. The last Insanity hit gets off plenty of damage. The rest of the crew from BTK just coming in and cleaning up the whole entire fight.
Yeah, I want to say they lingered at that base a little bit too long. I don't blame them, though. You have the opportunity. You have the leg up on BTK. Why not try to press that to your advantage? Unfortunately, getting caught, and then BTK very quickly being able to turn that around. But the beginning of this game, too, as well, you can see there, Yellow 7, 2, and 5, and Basic as well, 6, 0, and 3 here, really lighting it up and really being, I want to say, the damage for them. The early game, I want to say, goes off to Nicolette, Cold World, and Yellow. You had Cold World laying down those walls, and then immediately, as soon as the wall came up, they didn't even have a chance to react because there was already a wild charge coming for them. Nicolette coming on with the Frighten as well, and then before they knew it, before the Frighten wears off, you've already got a last Insanity on its last tick and doing the damage, and Kush was just getting obliterated early game. It felt like this composition, it was either the composition or the actual team felt like they just needed some more time than BTK was willing to give them to kind of find their footing, find that advantage, and unfortunately it was just a little bit too late against a team like BTK.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the times, a lot of the damage dealers do outshine a lot of the utility focus, but I do think in this match, Milo and Cole will definitely shine the most in this very first match, right? The wild charge impact plays. He was always there in the beginning. He did get some pickoffs here and there, and even some of the walls are quite annoying to deal with. And when we talk about Milo, right, the rotations coming in, getting the first peel off, getting the last Insanity, getting those picks that were so extremely important, led BTK pretty much to the success of this match. Rich Guy is going to be going to Basic. The carry, the highest damage dealt was Yato on the Novaria. Sandbag, of course, belongs to Mr. Moba Zane himself. And the forgotten one taken by the support cast, Nicolette, a very support-oriented mage. Definitely well-deserved here, Private.
Well, yeah, and then also doing her job. She was there for the damage and to get that little Frighten CC on there, and then to just give up those kills for let them stack on to Mielo, who was just doing such a great job. So hats off there to kind of have that restraint, especially because I want to say that she can, especially on that hero, do a decent amount of damage, but I want to say just doing what she's supposed to as a utility there, and the other place of damage there. DA, I want to say the draft, not it didn't feel like it melded well together. There really wasn't a lot of protection for Ixia. You really had to rely on a mistake from BTK where they all suddenly decided that they needed to back up and they were on the retreat. And that's the main point where they were able to find solutions with the Ixia. She was able to catch them leaving or had them like kind of on the back foot. But like we saw from that very last engagement, there was really nothing protecting the Ixia when that full barrage went out, and we saw them able to close the distance very quickly on her.
And you know, it's hard to peel Exia off, especially when you go against so many people that immune a lot of the CCs, right? Grok, first skill, immune. Xborg, last Insanity, immune, right? Heavy spin, really hard to deal with. Disperses a lot, also has a small immune opportunity with a lot of the CC. So it's just quite the hard comp that DA drafted to be able to deal with what BTK has going over the head-to-head. It is going to be a roam-to-roam matchup. You know, the KDA definitely stands up much taller for Cold World. Damage taken also on his side. And, you know, even the kill participation, just a little bit more in favor of Cold World. So definitely good job for the side of BTK. I know he ended with a 0, 1, and 10. You know, very, very small deaths, almost 0 to no mistakes here for Mr. Cold World, and was able to pretty much take the series. Now, the not the series but the match, but team fight participation across the board, very much well done for both of these teams, I would have to say, right? High kill participation. Novaria 100%, Milo 80% stands out from the BTK lineup, and the damage dealt, it's 95k. If it wasn't for Yato, Milo definitely should be holding it down, and for the MVP candidate so far in this series, very, very high damage, high mechanics in terms of his rotations, his way of using the last insanity. And you could see how BTK just heavily relies on Milo to provide kind of the initiation paired up with Cold World. It's these two guys that are starting for the team fight. Mobazane waiting for the right moment to use that heavy spin, and you know, with this lineup coming through, BTK definitely prevailed in the very first match.
Yeah, and I want to say, especially in the early game, it just seemed like BTK's composition shined a little brighter. You just had that great, I want to say that great utility, CC, and damage in the early game, where it was the wall, wild charge, and then the CC from the wild charge, and the frighten from Nicolette, and then of course the damage that came from that last insanity. Whereas on the other side, you didn't really have things that gelled that well together. You were really banking on that late game damage on there. I mean, the only real CC that you had on the side of Devious Activity was the final slash R-Lot, and then you were just kind of, yeah, it's not enough, and you were kind of hoping, I mean, you're just hoping that they stick together, they don't move, because they're definitely going to try to get out of it. There was just so much CC on the side of BTK to really shine in that early game, and we're going to see if that kind of if we adjust a few things here for Devious Activity. That's just an outstanding draft for BTK.
That's why things like Terizla has kind of shined a little bit of light in the recent ages, right? Things like Boxia is honestly quite good, even with just a small stun. That's still better than kind of a no stun situation coming out from the Brats. Now the Brats definitely has some kits that is, you know, peelable, right? Daytona is welcoming even the second skill with a little bit of knockback, with a little bit of displacement, but you know, generally it's just not enough for Exia, and that's just, I think that's just the weakness of that pick. That's the reason why we don't see it as often. It needs a great setup. It needs a very significant front line to stop a lot of the dive heavy focus metas, right? The Raja that goes onto the backside CC, and even the export that can just, you know, ignore a lot of the front. So definitely, you know, this time around, I think DA have a maybe a more interesting strategy. The Angela gets taken out, so you know, potentially no Hanabi available this time around. And man, dude, these teams very interesting with the mind games, kind of like what GG does. They take a hero and they win with it, and then next time around they're like, you know, that we played quite well with that hero, we're not going to let you have it. Export gets taken out. I think that is a very good response, considering how Milo pretty much impacted the whole entire game with it.
Yeah, which is interesting too, to take that out there. Wondering what the plan in mind there. They're going to have CCs taken out for Devious Activity. Even just what you talked about, they played it before. They're not going to let a BTK have it. I'm assuming traditionally we'd see the, I want to say Barats or the Akai Barats coming in for Mobazane, which means we're going to be leaving open, I want to say the mage pick and a strong XP lane possibly for DA.
It's so interesting that North America really loves this Barats pick, and you know, to not take it away, Barats is a very great hero, but we don't really see a lot of Barats being picked up so extremely early. I think things like the Boxia with a little bit anti-heal might provide a little bit more, but DA looking for the Faramis and the Arlot. Now this opens the Lu E to be available to deal with the Faramis. If not the Lu E, right, Valentina, IMU, you know, called you know, NetherRealm versus NetherRealm, that's a great matchup. You could also slide in the Odette that I kind of mentioned. It's a great response towards the Faramis Swan Song. I know Rem is out there shining. I know it's an Odette main out there. Odette is very good against Faramis. I would like to see it happen. We don't get to see the Louis in action, but the Valentina does come out to play. Nicolette with a great Valentina game from the last one, so definitely something expected. So BTK now with another pick available chooses to go for the Harith. This sets up for, again, the Paquito, the Benedetta that Milo really likes you know, allows the Herod to kind of be in the 4 versus 4 team fights and allow Milo to carry on the split push role. So, you know, the Herod can just kind of be annoying, be a nuisance in a lot of these team fights.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm about to say. I think if I'm on the side of DA, I'm looking to maybe pick up Paquito, or it might be taken out in this ban phase, because that's the big pick, right? You're heavy on the magic damage on the BTK side, so you're looking for some type of physical burst on his side. With only the XP laner and the roam pick left for them, there's very few options there. They're going to go ahead, DA feeling very comfortable with the Ixia pick again. I'm hoping that we have either some peel or a front line this time, because I really felt like we could not take off, because there was just never, well, there were very few opportune moments for Melon to really find a good position, be able to pull out that full barrage without the penalty of the BTK just like absolutely closing the distance and crushing him.
So things that peel well comes into mind for me in terms of the XP. I like the Terizla. Right, I think the Terizla is quite underrated. It has come back into the shine, so definitely something that DA should consider here. Things like the Kaja and the Franco, the suppressions, and especially with such a big hitbox that Bratz has, Franco does quite shine here. And if he's able to get the Bloody Hunt either onto the Bratz or even the Herod, that's going to be a free setup for Melon to have. Now, yes, I did say that it's very hard to slot Exia in recently. With the lineup that BTK has, it's too dive heavy. It's still very front to back centric. So, you know, I think Exia with the corrosion and DHS is gonna hurt Mobazane on the Bratz quite significantly here. And Joybosh here goes with the pick. I love it. I love it. The Kaja and the Fairness, it's a strong combination on the mid, possibly one of the strongest sustained and clear duos that we have in the mid lane. And this pairs up quite well in terms of the front to back strategy, the peels that we're looking for, great adjustments on the side of DA.
But you do leave open. I'm assuming that we're going to see a Paquito on the side of BTK potentially here. Kaja, you're gonna have the Divine Judgment. You're gonna be able to pull back. But what I'm wanting from a DA for that, where's the burst? What's going to be able to burst down that person that you eventually pull? Ixia takes some time to kind of come online. Yato can possibly close the distance there, especially with I believe his Shadow Stampede. He can close the distance in there. He can hit them with his other ability. Depending on how many people are around, he deals a lot of damage, but you're definitely going to need something. And that's a lot of setting potential on the side of BTK.
Two of the strongest sets get slotted in for the side of BTK to kind of well round their draft with a lack of CC in the first 3 picks. I think it's extremely smart. Side of DA has a couple of choices. One, to negate a lot of the CC with something like a Martis. They could also go for more of a utility style like the Boxia, right? So I think those are 2 of the available. They could also go for the Akai, right? You know, that's going to be triple CC with the Akai, the Kaja, and also the Arlot. So there's still options available. I don't think Fanny is going to get slotted here. I know Kush is a great Fanny player, but quite honestly, going against Whole World Ruby, like we've seen it not do so well. But the Nolan does come out to play. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's a dynamic that we haven't really seen a lot of success. A lot of the assassins, I feel like, don't really find a lot of success, especially in the top tier pro games. But Nolan is an outlier in terms of that. A very, very high win rate, especially in Asia, gets banned out quite a bit. And just judging from the amount of magic that the side of DA has with the Fairness, it's enough. It's enough to warrant a very damage-heavy jungler. So, you know, DA definitely having a different strategy this time around. You know, we'll see how it matches up against BloodThirstyKings this time.
I'm not completely opposed to the normally against with the Nolan out there. I might be like, there's a lot of CC on the side of BTK, but this is an answer to what I was bringing up before. You have the Divine Judgment. Where's the burst to take him down? If you don't succeed with Nolan in the early game, you can kind of set him on the back, wait for that Divine Judgment. He can come in with the Fracture, bing, bang, boom. You've got the damage you needed to actually really find that synergy for this Devious activity composition. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 Devious activity, looking for some revenge against BTK here in our second game of the series.
Oh, let's go. Well, you know, let's talk about some of the jungle matchup. Nolan pretty much one of the fastest jungle clears in the game so far. He's so efficient in the jungle. He should be able to get from buff to buff, and even going up against a Barats, which does quite well in the jungle. Look at Kush. He's already moving on to his little green camp, got both of the buffs, and potentially looking to fight out for the Little Wanderer. Some early aggression from both teams. We know Kaja, Valentina, Faramis, all aggressive quite early on, right?
Ooh, and here's a little bit of that that penalty you pay for having an assassin jungler. You see already BTK, Cold World encroaching. Oh, Yato taken very low. But BTK already starting to encroach on the jungle of Devious activity, looking for an opportunity to find Kush alone to maybe be able to find the kill before he's actually able to take off. As we take a look at some of these emblems.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive emblems coming out from the side of DA. A lot of damage, just raw damage from the very first talent. Of course, Wilderness Blessings across the board. Even the XP laner has it to be able to rotate from the far lane into some of the team fights, right? So very aggressive emblems coming out from the side of Devious. On the side of Bloodhounds, though, a little bit more sustained, right? A lot of Brave Smites on different characters across the board, even some mobility, but overall just very sustained, very tanky from the side of BTK. On the other hand, you know, it's interesting. We do have something that's different. Kush on a tank emblem. Nolan, I'm not sure if I saw that correctly, but it was a tank emblem I did see. So just a little bit more sustain or the utility to deal with some of the frontline presence that BTK has. But you know, a turtle uncontested for the side of BTK here.
I'm not sure if that was a mistake. Oh, you can already see here the BTK uncontested for that first turtle. Now pressing their advantage into the jungle of Devious activity. Joey Bosch in trouble. Out comes the Nether Realm. It's not enough, as getting scooped up is Joey Bosch. That's going to be a first kill. 2 kills now for BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, BTK definitely shining in a lot of the small skirmishes. Is quite convincing. They're just able to walk into deep enemy territory, get the team fight that they're looking for, get the pickoffs. It's about a 1k gold lead. So, you know, BTK, I feel like now they just love playing this kind of neutral game in the beginning. They get their small advantages here and there, just small outplays, small skirmishes that they're able to win.
Oh, this is kind of what I was afraid of with the Nolan pick in the early game. There is just so much CC on the side of BloodThirstyKings that wherever Nolan tries to creep in, he's going to have issues, even trying to close the distance on a squishy on anybody in the lanes. He's going to have problems. Even if he does close the distance, he's going to have trouble trying to get away from there. So it's all, I'm wondering if there's a more, another dimension to this plan for Devious activity.
Yeah, and it is a tank emblem, Nolan. It's not something that we've seen before. I mean, we've seen the support emblem Fredrin coming out to play with the kind of like the battle build with the brute force. This time we do get to see a Nolan on a little tank build, so something quite interesting here. BTK, they do deny away the blue buff. The bully ball kind of continues with the brats, and you know what you're scared of, Private, is just coming into life here. BTK is just dominating across the map. They're just denying waves and jungle creeps over and over, and this time around BTK, I don't know if the side of DA has anything to stop the early rotations.
Yeah, and just like that, Nolan losing his purple buff hurts so much because the biggest problem. Ooh, nice little divine judgment there, catches on the Cold World, followed up by a penalty zone. 2 Nether Realms are out. Neither team able to find the advantage, but all the while this is going on, Mobazane picking up the turtle as well. What I was going to say is that when you have Kush actually getting picked up here. Oh, Melon's going to be able to clear this out. Kush in a little bit of trouble. Cold World and Nicolette in tow. Melon uses that flicker to get himself to safety. But Kush without the purple buff, the thing that makes a Nolan so strong is his ability to spam his abilities so quickly. And you need a lot of mana for that. You need to be able to kind of to get a lot of that back. Without the purple buff, yeah, he can spam his abilities, but he's useless for like after that 30 seconds of spamming those.
And you know, the impact of the Kaja has not been as significant as the I'm Offended coming out from Ruby, and I think that's something that DA kind of has to try to find a way to get around, right? Joybaj, the suppression that he has is quite hard to deal with, but they're just unable to even pull punches. Mobazane just sitting underneath the purple buff. No care in the world. Doesn't even mind that the Kaja's there. It's like, hey man, take the Divine Judgment, give it to me. There's nothing that's going to stop me. And the side of Devious is really showing here that there's no burst damage early on to be able to connect with the Divine Judgment, right? Exia needs time to farm. Nolan definitely needs a lot of time to farm. And Fairness is not a significant burst mage. It's more of a kind of like a long-term burst with some of the AoE, but Divine Judgment? Not Divine Judgment.
We do have another round coming out there. But to add on to your point, even if you find a target, how are you going to get to that target when you've got Cold World with so much CC? Mielo can punish you with a penalty zone. There's just so much CC that even if you find the Divine Judgment, any type of closing the distance is going to be to the detriment of Devious activity. Nicolette does get pulled in to that mid tower, still able to get away. Joybot coming from the side, a very slow Divine Judgment. Nicolette able to find the flicker and another realm. I'm offended comes out, finds a kill onto Kush. Full barrage does not help, unfortunately, for Devious activities. BloodThirstyKings gonna walk away with yet another kill.
Yeah, another Divine Judgment opportunity that did not convert into a kill. 3-0 is on the board, but Divine Judgment is a skill that even when it goes into the late game, still has the possibility of, singling out a specific target. And, that's what DA kind of has. They have the Arlot to displace, they have the Netherrealm, but before that,
yeah, we do see that T is going to have to expend that flicker. Mobazane and the rest of BTK basically have this purple buff on cooldown. They know the timing of it. And Mobazane able to get another purple buff for himself. T in trouble. Netherrealm is out. It is going to help them get an escape. Yellow looking for an opportunity. And 2 stuns for DA. They get pushed back into the maw of BTK and picked off by Nicolette and Mielo.
Man, Zane is eating good this match. 203, highest impact player. Able to get another one here. There's just not much that the side of Devious has. And, it's honestly just due to the risk that they took of picking up this Nolan, right? Typically, when you go for the Assassins, you want a very hard frontline set tank, something like an Edith. Or, a Minotaur where he's in the front side, in the bush, and his overall objective is to clear some of these bushes and get a very deep CC, a multiple CC stun. But this time around with something like a Kaja typically is not very bush check viable, right? He's kind of an assassin hiding in the back. Goes with the Divine Judgment off the cooldown of the flicker, gets a guaranteed pick off and rinse and repeat. But the side of DA, especially in the early game, they're unable to find any openings to get that guaranteed pick off, and that's kind of the reason why Devious is struggling. They don't have any way to counter a lot of these fights, to punish a lot of the mistakes that BTK might have, especially when they do choose for the commit. And you said it quite well early on. Cold World, too much CC to deal with, even with the Trizla.
Ooh, 2 Netherrealms are out. Final Slash has been used. T in a little bit of trouble, and we're looking for more damage. T actually able to find himself and escape, and both teams walk away without taking a death. So, I guess looking up for devious activity in there that they didn't lose anybody, but it's already going to go ahead and set up for BTK, who's already going to start focusing on this next Lord.
And even with the split push strategy that DA has, Nolan definitely can do quite good in terms of the split push, but that just gives away a lot of the neutral objective that DA has already lost early on, right? There was not much contesting in terms of some of the turtles coming up, and even with this Lord, there's just almost absolutely no contestation. DA, they are struggling in terms of finding the pickoffs that they're looking for. Maybe this conceal might make a difference, but I think BTK already spotted it here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for DA, not able to find anything with that conceal. Some good placement from Nicolette and Cold World. Very patient with it right now. They're going to have some minions and the Lord crashing down at the bottom. So they're looking for an opportunity here. DA knows what's up. It's going to be 3v5 concealed play of their own. Full barrage, but Melon does not see them on the back line. 2 down, 3 down for Devious activity. BTK roll right through them in this bottom lane.
Private, maybe next week we might get some closer series, because it's hard, right? BTK completely dominating in the first 2 matches here, but fight
Yeah, and that's going to be it for Kush and Yato and the core. BTK wrapping up, the quickest match of the night, beating Gaimin Gladiators with a 10-minute and 36-second match here against Devious Activity.
11-0 private. A clean sweep from the BloodThirstyKings here. The all-star lineup of DA is unable to get even just a kill, a punish off of the BloodThirstyKings here. 11-0 and 34 is the overall KDA. BTK played a great game, and when we take a look at their draft, it was so smart, right? They had 3 members that was slotted in early on the Barats, the Harith, no CC available there, even with the Valentina, but they added on the Ruby and the Terizla and just made their comp so extremely tough to deal with. The front line had the ability to, peel off anything that they're looking for, even go for some conceal engagement. And the bet that Devious Activity had, right? When you pair the Assassin up with the Kaja, typically it's just not where we want to be. The Assassin is very, very strong, especially when you pair it with the Grok, with an Edith, or even a Minotaur, a Tigreal, those frontline sets. But the Kaja, it just didn't really find the pickoffs that they were looking for. The 2-3 Divine Judgments that he did try to put out just ended up failing. You can see a lot of zeros across the board for the side of Devious Activity. It's just not the game that they were looking for. The risk didn't play it off, but honestly, it was a well draft done by the side of BTK. It almost had no weaknesses against the composition that the side of DA well put. And even with the early game aggressiveness with the Barats, with denying some of the purple buffs, going into the red side to create havoc, BTK definitely shined quite well in this match.
Yeah, and you can see here, typical for BTK, basic with the gold per minute. Zane actually coming in with the almost 30,000 damage there, and Cold World with the assists. I want to say the biggest difference for me in the Gaimin Gladiators matchup and this one for BTK is, I want to say, BTK's draft against Devious Activity. Devious Activity, I mean, just from the beginning, from the draft, you already see some of the holes in it. They're lacking a lot of CC early game, a lot of synergy with some of these picks, and BTK, it's all about those 3 things, and they execute it so quickly, and they're getting even faster at executing it here. That was a 10-minute game there. You can see here the head-to-head for Mielo and Devious Activity here. 2-0-7 for Mielo, who's been having, I want to say, a great night so far. Devious Activity, I want to say, like right now, it starts with the draft, and then it comes up to well, honestly, I don't even know where to go from there. We need to first work on the draft. We need some more CC. We need some more early game. We need some answers. But right now, I want to say BTK is on top of it.
Yeah, the suit and tie is working well for the BTK. The playoffs, right? These teams have all had a lot of times to prepare. Gaimin Gladiators definitely shined in terms of some of that preparation, and BTK right here is still proving to us that they are one of the 2 of North America. They stand above the rest, and they're continuing to prove that point. It was a tough game for the side of Devious Activities, something that they could definitely bounce back from. It's just that they have to, just like you're saying, build a little bit more early game, try to find a little bit more CC, a little bit more frontline to deal with their comp, or go for something that's a little bit out of the ordinary, right? Last game, I felt like the Louis Arlock could easily be slotted in early, right? The Masha that has not been picked up, the Natan that is also available, but people are sticking to this Exia pick, which, quite honestly, when it comes down to some of the world stages, it's just not going to happen just like that, right? It's a very, very hard pick to set up. You need a lot of front lines like the Terizla, the Edith, the Minnow in the front to be able to stop even a Fredrin, to be able to stop people in their tracks, and the setup is just not a perfect scenario for the Exia to be able to be picked in, like, let's say the first or the second phase of the draft. Like, it's way too early. It's not something that I like. I think things like the Carry and the Kaja could have paired well, especially dealing with something like the Barats. Those are things that are available, but DA is not opting to go for those picks, and I think it's just biting them in the butt at this point.
Yeah, I was about to comment on that too. I feel like for some reason right now in North America, we've super hyper fixated on Ixia as like the end all be all right now. She's got some glaring holes in her kit, which is just the fact that she's basically a sitting duck. You could put a flicker on her, but if you don't have something that's able to peel for her, excuse me, so upset by this, but something that's able to create that wall for her. She's basically a sitting duck, and there's just so many better picks. And I was actually kind of looking to see if maybe Ixia came up in like MPLPH or something very suddenly. No, it's just here that we have this. We feel like she can just be this this huge game changer. I know there's been some players that have had relative success, Melon being one of those. But against a team like BTK, you need to be able to protect your marksman, and putting them on Ixia, you're basically setting a lot of dials against him. So I mean, you can take a look here at the damage taken. I mean, it's pretty much a lot of it going over to 0%. There's just there were no kills there for Devious activity right now, and they need to figure something out here quickly.
Is like, when have we seen a Faramis getting the Sam back, my friend? Like, what? Like, where are we in terms of the meta that the Faramis is the one that's getting hit hard? So there's definitely some logistic problem inside of Devious that they have to kind of fix in order for them to get back into this series. And if not this series, there's definitely a lot of matches that they have to play through in kind of the lower bracket, right? And you know, they have a little bit more leeway to be able to, you know, figure things out. Again, this DA is quite a new lineup that we haven't seen in the regular season. I know they talked about how consistent, and this is the lineup that they really wanted to put, but standing up tall against North America, they're not able to get the performance that they were looking for. And this is pretty much the Dark Knight team that we all vetted in the beginning. Hey, they're going to be a contender. They're going to give BTK a very hard time. And so far, we're not exactly getting to see that. Yes, the individual players are good. The playmaking ability of each one is things that we cannot take away. But in terms of the five-man synergy, BTK is just dominating and just vibrating all, like anything in its path, they're just completely destroying it. And it's just not Moba Zane's game anymore. Milo popped off. Cold World 100% KP popped off there. Moba Zane, of course, still holding up strong with that leadership, 100% KP. I don't think this game is going to be any different.
Yeah, that's been one of the biggest talking points for me when it comes to BTK and their growth throughout the season, or even throughout seasons, plural, is that the synergy he kind of lacked last season with his team put everything on his shoulders. If you want to beat BTK, attack Moba Zane, ban out Moba Zane, bing, bang, boom, it's done. He was going to be the strongest part. That is no longer an option here because you've got the rest of BTK here have performed. Even if you give, I talked about it before, I think it was off screen I talked about it, but even if you give him an Akai, or if you give him one of the last picks in his jungle arsenal, the drafting has been so good that the rest of the composition will support that pick in a way that it still becomes a problem for you. And right now, Devious Activity having problems even trying to get that early game, finding out those little things to make some of these. They have strong picks in mind, but they're not setting the stage to make those picks successful. The Ixia, the lack of CC, the lack of the early game in that first game that they had. And that's just where BTK is starting to shine here. We can see some of the normal picks here, focusing on the support roles there. Matilda and Angela going to be banned out for BTK. Xborg and the Farama is going to be taken off for Devious Activity.
And I do want to give a shout out to Midnight. I think it's a PH caster. You know, he's been helping out BTK with a lot of the drafts, and definitely very, very impactful, right? Even just the last two picks that he just pretty much secured and well-rounded the draft BTK. The lack of CC provided with two of the biggest frontline sets right? Like those are extremely hard heroes to deal with, a Terizla and a Ruby. Like you're not getting behind those heroes, you're not getting onto the backside. You have to face those two things in front. And you know, Midnight is able to kind of build a draft around what BTK is so good at, and you know, they're shining right now. It's very convincing that the draft fits with their style. The coaching is helping out, and all the members, it's not a, you know, Mobazane show no more. You know, we got players like Cole World, Nicolette, Milo, so much impact, and also Basic, right? He's not even getting his moment to shine anymore on, you know, in the gold lane, just because the games are just closing out so early. He's getting, you know, some good KDAs, getting some pushes here and there, but Milo is just, you know, so in front. You also see, you know, Cole World always in the front of engaging. BTK is just such a strong team right now.
I've talked with Milo and gotten, I want to say, I don't know how to say, but like his
mentality, maybe
the way he
style.
approaches the XP lane, yeah, his style for this, and he's always kind of seen it as the XP laner. Their primary role, especially in the early game, they set the tempo for a lot of objectives. It's on the XP laner, and he takes that whole pressure on. When it used to be the Terizla pick, he would kind of come in with that penalty zone. We've been seeing it as he front lines with the X-Borg as well, but his style there is to kind of be the front line. He is the one that kind of carries the BTK through a lot of these objectives, especially in the early to mid game where the objectives are the big thing. As it starts getting more into the late game, that's when the rest of the team, that's when you have your marksman starting to get fed up there. That's when you have your mage starting to get more and more damage. But he's been executing here to perfection here. We've talked about him, especially in the first two games here. I do like this pick, Devious activity, some CC, some tankiness, a front line. Thank you, Lord.
But the opening from BTK is, it's so convincing already. It is still a little bit kind of like that old school style that we've seen, Valentina, Fredrin, right? You know, it gets a little bit old, but it is still just one of the strongest retries in the jungle. You also have the Valentino, the IMU to take the Minone's Fury. So, you know, it's definitely a well-rounded draft here. DA with a pretty good response too, right? The CC that they were lacking, now they're able to get it, but they're picking up a utility style jungle instead of kind of like the assassins that they looked for the last game. So it's a little bit countering what the style that they're looking for, but definitely a lot of front line and a crazy response from the side of BTK. Barat, Minotaur, that's fine, man. I'm gonna take a carry with a Purify, and I'm gonna be able to hit through all the front lines in Novaria. It's gonna be hard to be able to, you know, get the snipes off a carry, especially with so much dashes that he has. It's gonna be quite hard, but I definitely feel like the Novaria fits with Yato's style. He's been playing quite well on this hero throughout the regular season. Even in the last match, you know, I think he maybe died, or not the last match, but the very first game, he maybe died once or twice at most. Didn't take too much damage, so this definitely does prolong the game a little bit. But BTK's draft here so far is just very counter towards the front line heavy that Devious has. Even with the CC that they provided, the carry is just so extremely smart here, Private.
I was gonna get a little worried for Devious activity because they hadn't picked a marksman. I was like, man, if all answers point to Ixia again, I'm gonna be very upset. But BTK, they're like, you know what? Show us something different. We'll help you out. You don't want the Ixia here. They're gonna go ahead and take out the Roger pick as well. Something interesting from Devious activity, they're gonna take out the Uranus pick here. Possibly looking for, well, you don't have the CC out there anymore. It's very interesting. Mielo did play a decent Uranus in the past as well. I'm actually, it's gonna be interesting. We'll see what we got. So far, a promising draft from Devious activity. We're still gonna be waiting for, we still need that physical damage from them. We're still looking for, I guess, that XP lane as well. We have a backline dive, Black Dragon out there for the side of BTK, and the Hanabi.
But here we go. So the Hanabi is very, very good to deal with a lot of initial CC things like, you know, Atlas or Akai or even the Tigreal. But one thing that she is not good at, that BTK could bring into the table, is the Kajip. Kaja paired up with the carry, perfect combination. Kaja with the Valentina, very, very solid early game that, you know, does, you know, go into what BTK likes to stand for. And Kaja not bush checking, you have the Fredrin in the front, right? So a very, very strong potential for side BTK if they opt to pick that up. We love the Charizla pick here. Charizla and Minotaur, very, very hard to deal with. And now with the Hanabi that BTK has struggled in the past to deal with, it does shine a little bit of hope for the side of DA to be able to go through. But going against a Yu Zhong where it's dive heavy in the back, it's some trouble here, Private, for me. It's not convincing enough for a Hanabi to be warranted here. Where's the Natans? Where's the Claudes, right? Like, where are we going with this meta?
In answer to what you were saying, they go ahead and pick up the Kaja. It's the immediate answer for the Hanabi.
Yep.
And I will say, BTK, they struggled against the Hanabi, but I want to add an asterisk to that point, is they struggled against a Hanabi with Angela on the team. So you had a Heart Guard. If you know about Hanabi, Hanabi, when she has a shield, she's CC immune. And then plus you just have a shield on her. So she's going to be able to run amok. You combine that with Angela, who has a Heart Guard, Angela, who has a Flask of the Oasis, that's even more shield that she gets, and then Hanabi, who has the Aegis as well. You don't have a lot of those other options here with this Hanabi pick. You have a lot of CC, you've got a lot of tanking and front line, but what I feel like Hanabi lacks that other marksmen sometimes shine in is a lot of the damage that they can bring in. That Hanabi, you're really expecting her to be able to do a lot of damage for a long time because you're expecting that shield to last you, where other marksmen, they do just a lot more damage in that time span. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to say Devious Activity fighting for their chances in the upper bracket here. This is game point for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Is BTK playing like a 4D chess here? Because, you know, the Kaja and the carry, perfect synergy, right? The Hanabi, you know, the side of DA, a lot of the drafts that they do, especially going up against BTK, it's just a little bit awkward, right? Common emblems for both the carry and the Kaja. Tank for the Fredrin, quite standard here for both of these teams. You know, not much out of the ordinary, quite standard. And, you know, once again, I feel like BTK's draft is quite good, but early pick.
Ooh. Yeah,
like
you did see their Cold World almost got caught there. A very nice little snipe coming in from Yato, brought him down, but unfortunately Devious Activity just not quick enough that time to be able to close the distance and find the kill.
Yeah, some early aggression with the Novaria and the Charizla. I think that's good news for the side of DA, right? Like, if they're able to get some pickoffs early, some flickers traded here and there, it definitely shines a little bit of moment of greatness, and I think that's what Devious needs, right? A little bit better of an early game advantage sets them up a long way for the late game team fights, and heroes like the Hanabi definitely feels like it is required for you to go into that late game. And when you take a look at the roam matchups, right, the Minotaur and the Kaja, Minotaur traditionally is supposed to counter the Kaja, so I would say DA actually stands out ahead in terms of this matchup. It just depends on how they can execute this match.
And immediately after dropping T very low, Black Dragon comes out. Kush finds himself a retribution. MOBA Zane gets taken out. Joybosh picking up the kill there. Cold World looking for an escape on the side. Melon cuts off their escape, looking for a kill onto Nicolette, and Joybosh finds it for Devious Activity, and unanswered 2 deaths there for DA, and nothing that BTK can do in reply.
Yeah, here we go, Private. This is what we're talking about, right? Some fight, some flair coming out from the side of DA, and their comp matches so well with what they are drafting up against, right? A little bit of a gold lead for their jungler, for their XP. Pretty much everyone overall has a little bit of close to like a 500 gold lead, right? The mage, the XP, and the jungler. So some good news, good trades for the side of DA. It definitely feels like in terms of their team fight, it's a little bit more convincing this time around, a little bit more well-rounded, and they even got the Hanabi to come in for some action, right? So Devious Activity already with a much better start this time around.
Yeah, even though T actually got bursted really low, which allowed Mielo to come in with the Black Dragon, which meant that Devious Activity was a player down for that engagement and still able to find success with it. That just speaks a lot about the momentum kind of going into this game. If they can kind of hold on to it, keep their rotations tight, make sure that when these objectives come, oh, look at that, another little astral sphere there from Yato. Is going to find a mark onto 2 members of BTK.
And, you know, this time around, before that.
Yeah, Divine Judgment comes on. Joy Bosch gets a hammer down, getting hit with his own Minoan Fury, and then followed up with an Appraiser's Wrath. We find another kill off a screen for BTK. Yato getting dove under the tower. He is going to be able to find a flicker, gets away. Mobazane down to half health, but he's going to be able to chunk some gold off of this mid tower.
Yeah, even with Devious Activity able to get 3 kills quite early on, Milo was able to pick up 1 kill for himself, and they do get a pick off onto the mid side, but they did waste a lot of the resources, right? No utilities available. Cold World does not have Divine Judgment, so most likely, even with the Minoan's Fury being set up by Joy Bosch, this should pretty much go uncontested for the side of DA, and it does. Now, the side of BTK, what's interesting here is that Milo is on this Yuzong, and Milo has to choose greatly here, right? Does he zone out the Navaria, go for a full send there, or does he target Melon, which is going to be a little bit more closer to the front line, but he has to get through things like the Joy Bosch, like the Terizla. So it's going to be a hard decision for Milo to make, and I think that's what's going to make the difference here. If he's able to choose correctly and get the pickoffs that he's looking for. On the other hand, I think DA, they're relatively playing kind of a reactive game, right? They want BTK to kind of full send forward, get, you know, Cold World to flicker into a play that's disadvantaged towards him, have the counter set from Joy Bosch, and then the rest of the members kind of follow up. So DA, honestly, they have what it takes to be able to push through in this game, but a lot of the history has shown that DA, you know, they're just unable to kind of get a winning team fight early so far. They're able to do it in this game so far, but is it going to last long? I think that's the real question that DA has to figure out here.
Nicolette very carefully in that pixel bush. We bring up the items, but I wanted to touch on the thing you were saying. I think the obvious answer is that the Black Dragon goes to zone out Yato. You have an answer in Cold World to possibly take down Melon on the other side. So if you use the Black Dragon to go for Melon, you're not only are you competing with the front line, but you're also competing with Melon, who's got an Aegis, who's going to have shield, who might not be trapped down with that Petrify and able to get away. So now you've wasted that ability, and you still have Yato bringing down suppressive fire from well outside your reach.
And you know what's crazy is that Nicolette, being the support player that she always kind of talks about, the support mage style, she builds up anti-heal first item on a mage, and typically when you go anti-heal first item, it's a 5% cooldown reduction. You do get the anti-heal, a little bit of health, a little bit of damage, but it's not significant. It doesn't give like 20% like a book does. It doesn't give, you know, the extra burst damage that they're looking for, but Daytona's welcoming.
Yeah, Detna's welcome touches on the Mielo. Kush still able to find himself a retribution, but is going to be taken down by Mielo. In comes Joy Bosch. Minoan Fury does not meet its mark, and they are latched on to Mielo. They answer back a death with another death, a kill of their own. Mobazane comes in with a bonk of his own, not able to find anything there, but still Yato finding some of these little snipes. I want to say that play coming out ahead still for Devious Activity right now.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. The turtle does go in favor of the side of Devious. They're still holding on to their lead barely, but it seems like BTK is content with just trading a 1-for-1, right? They know the carry can scale well in the late game, and even look at this trade, right? Basic was, you know, not doing so extremely well in terms of the laning phase. In terms of both of their hit range, I think Hanabi either slightly more or just around the same, but with the ability of the cleave, she's gonna do a little bit better in terms of some of the laning phases. So definitely Melon having a little bit better in terms of that lane is doing quite well. They do end up putting a trade, and I still think BTK is quite content with just going even in the early and the mid game, and just going to rely on some of the Divine Judgment flicker off cooldown to be able to deal with some of the damage. But Daytona's.
Yeah, they do kind of catch out Cold World and Nicolette on the backside. Mielo looking for an opportunity for the flank sandwich in between two BTK members. Big pop-up lands on the Kush. Out comes the Black Dragon. Mielo looking and flying through the air, does not find an opportunity there, but I want to say Devious activity. The difference right now is that they're just a little slower than when BTK, like the last few games, when they had this advantage, they were really pressing into a lot of these objectives. We can see here in that last fight there, Kush did get dragged out. They were able to trade a kill for a kill. They find Mielo here, but ultimately that turtle goes over to the side of Devious activity.
And I do want to mention the last Black Dragon, like, you know, it's a little bit out of position. They're looking for fights 20 seconds before the Lord even spawns. Now, both sides don't have utilities available. Like, you know, I feel like we got to be just a little bit more disciplined. Another ultimate wasted on the side of Kush. It's like we have to find fights that are just much more favorable in our position, or guaranteed, right? Like this Lord objective, if the side of BTK chooses to come in, they could find a fight that's potentially in their favor, and it does look like they're looking for it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to possibly get this. Mobazane gets the Lord, and from the side, Basic coming in with a speedy light wheel, laying on the damage. Down goes Melon, now setting his sights onto Joybaj, laying in more auto attacks. Is not able to find it, but he is going to be able to find a kill on to T.
Another 3-0 advantage for the side of BTK as they sweep through this mid game. It's only 10 minutes in, but now BTK already with a substantial gold lead in their favor. And you talked about it, right? The gold lead that BTK had in the first two games, they just stepped the pedal on the gas and they never let go. But DA unable to convert any of their gold lead into a significant advantage, even in the towers. And now BTK has the lead. They have the Kaja, they have the carry. It scales quite well into the late game. The synergy is there. Paired up with the IMU, the peel is significant, and BTK is just holding on to the lead that they have. But DA found them.
Yeah, you can see Mobazane coming in here. Joybaz in trouble here, looking for an escape. Speedy light wheel from the back there. Basic doing a ton of damage. Kush very low. Mielo looking for the... Oh, he's not going to be able to get it. Big pop-up lands. Joybaz with that Minoan Fury. That actually might have been a mistake. He is going to be able to get away. But I want to say on that last Lord fight, it felt like the entirety of Devious activity got caught by the Lord Stomp. They all got popped up. That allowed a huge ability for Mobazane to come in with the retribution, and just I want to say a huge mistake for Devious activity. And now that BTK has the advantage, they are just pressing their will.
It looked good. You know, the fight from DA that they had it set up, it was like a 2 versus 4 on the Lord. The Hobby was hitting it to it, but you know, even with that strategy that was still positive on their end, the wild element of the Lord knockup hit like 3-4 members and completely knocked, you know, the side of DA out of their tracks. And now Kush, you're getting picked off.
Ooh, Kush is going to have to use that Detona's Welcome to get away from Mobazane's bonk there. In comes the Black Dragon, popping up Kush. That might be all she wrote. Yato going to have to use that flicker to get away. Divine Judgment lands onto Mielo, and he is going to be picked apart by the entirety of BTK.
Yeah, the Kaja pick to deal with the Hanabi was just too good of a setup. You know, it was almost like DA was kind of dreaming that the Hanabi could cheese and potentially work in his favor. But, you know, the Kaja pick is just a little bit too much now. 5 members onto the mid. I don't know if they could defend this.
Yeah, they're trying to. Unfortunately, that's going to be Joybaj down. Yato runs for the hills, and this is going to be BTK with the win, and they are going to be meeting Gaimin Gladiators for the upper bracket finals.
What was this? 21 minutes, and then we had a 10-minute 30 seconds, and this time around, another short game by the side of BTK. A very convincing win. Again, for a lot of these championship contending teams, talking about BTK and Gaimin Gladiators, they're definitely showing why they are the top dogs in NACT. A very strong performance by the side of BTK, but, you know, honestly, DA in the last match, they did make some changes. They were able to get some advantage early on, and they were able to kind of hold against BTK for quite a bit of some time. But, you know, just with the raw element, the Lord popping up 3-4 members, the retry not going in their favor, some unfortunate events added up together for the snowball that BTK has. And BTK, again, the team that with a small lead, they're going to be able to push advantage versus the small lead that DA had, unable to convert that into anything. You know, BTK is just the stronger team in this series just for today, but DA definitely has an opportunity to make up some of that mistakes in the lower bracket and try to go above and beyond and maybe see BTK back towards the end, right?
Yeah, I mean, Devious Activity had some hurdles here today going up against, but BTK largely considered one of the top teams in North America right now, and they're showing it here, especially with that draft. I want to say the early game, even though Devious Activity had the advantage, they weren't pressing it. They weren't getting towers. They weren't transitioning those kills into towers against BTK, which meant when they did get the objective, BTK was easily able to disengage, run back to the tower without losing too much, which is the difference between when BTK had the advantage in the early game. They were able to get the kills, they were able to get towers down as well, which meant when they got those objectives, when they got those turtles, there was nowhere for DA to run because they had to run back to their tier 2s, or all the way back to their tier 2s, and they were getting set up on the way over there. It just took one mistake here for Devious Activity. That Lord fight pops them up, BTK able to find the retribution and then close down 3 members, and then it was pretty much GG from there with the Lord marching down and only 2 members from Devious Activity able to defend the base.
Yeah, it was a good setup by the side of BTK. The draft just worked out well. We talked about the Kaja being that last pick, 2, 0, and 7. Do believe that is the highest KDA, 9 out of the 10 kills. So the impact player Cole World is just proving points after points. You know, he doesn't die much, doesn't make too much mistakes, has almost the right shot call in almost every opportunity. So we'll definitely have to see how they face up against a team like Gaimin Gladiators next weekend. But you know, it's still a pretty good performance from both of these teams. Just BTK just kind of coming out on top. Now Rich Guy Basic coming through, 800 gold per minute, highest damage dealt from Basic. Again, it's the carry pick, right? This is a pick where you get a lot of the golds, a golden staff, a DHS, and you are on it. You're able to just shred through anyone. Of course, highest damage dealt goes to him. Sandbags, Mobazane able to pick that up, and you know, the assist person Nicolette is able to take that trophy.
Yeah, even here, I mean, not too big of a difference. Kill participation more on the side of Kush, but both of these guys are kind of doing their job. I want to say Kush, especially in the lead for the early game, you see what a successful draft does and how much pressure it alleviates, especially in that early game where Kush was missing all of his retries in the first 2 games. Here, able to find the first 3 retries against those turtles, out retrying Zane there. We take a look here at the damage dealt, swooping in Basic with 46,000 there. Nicolette's, I want to say the standard for mages right now, and you're absolutely correct. You hit the button. You hit the button on the nose with when it comes to how she likes to play. She plays a very utility support mage. Gets that slow. Gets those utility items first to help out. She's not looking to do a lot of damage. She's looking to do a lot of CC to kind of facilitate a lot of those kills for the team, and does an excellent job at that.
Woo, Liz, I know you got something you got against me, huh? Tell it to me now.
Yue, why don't you talk to us about it? Your confidence, what happened?
No, it's a great match coming out from DA. I think they have things that they understand that they have to go back into the drawing board and kind of get the plays, because quite honestly, BTK, they were able to get all their members involved in almost every situation. We saw Milo pop off many times. We saw Basic pop off many times, and Cole World just adding that support with Mobazane. They're just always around each other. So I think, you know, DA this time, unfortunately, they couldn't get the win here. Going back to the drawing board, coming up with some better strategies and maybe fixing up some of their drafts, I think they definitely stand a chance. But Liz, the rest of my votes, I'm telling you right now, it's happening. It's happening tomorrow.
Okay. All right, guys. Tomorrow, you guys have to be on the watch for Yue's predictions and how successful he is with holding his words up. Now, you guys mentioned a lot during the match is that there's a huge difference with BTK's draft when it comes to draft. It seems like Coach Midnight is really doing God's work with BTK with the drafts that they're going in with, right?
Well, yeah, it's even to the little things like what we've seen little examples of it throughout the season, where when Gaming Gladiators used to just focus down on Zane, where they found it like the easiest thing, just focus Zane and then we'll just GG the rest. They're not able to do that anymore. They did that. They got hit up with Cold World on the Matilda. We're seeing that if you focus down on Zane, there's going to be whatever pick he has, it's going to be supported by a composition that works well with it. So you're going to have to come with more of an advanced game plan than that. And then what we're seeing here, I mean, the CC, it's almost, I want to say, the drafts, there's never a weak point. There's never been a time in BTK's draft where I'm just like, huh. Well, I mean, I guess that'll be all right. But it's always been like, yes, I understand where this is going. I understand what this is going to help with. And it's been a very sustained draft. And I want to say he's picked it up to a new level for BTK.
Yeah, no, I mean, even in just this series, right? There was opportunity where BTK didn't have too much CC, and Midnight comes out with 2 solid pickups, right? They see the Hanabi, they prepared against it, they knew exactly what to counter it, and I know that Kaja is very, very good against Hanabi. I don't know if a lot of people do, and BTK with the flexibility of putting Cold World at the very end had the opportunity to do so, and I think it's quite beautiful that Midnight's able to come up with a strategy that allows BTK to shine convincingly in the upper bracket here.
Exactly. And talking about Cold World, he did land that MVP. So Private Auto should take us through his amazing plays.
Oh man, I'm actually in awe of Cold World. Like I said, he was actually questionable for me when he first started, because I'm like, this dude has played all these different roles. Is he really going to be ready for this roam? But talking with Midnight, especially yesterday during the round table, he said Cold World possesses something that a lot of different roams don't have, and that is game sense. And that's why he put him onto the main roster. That's why he's been so successful with all of these different picks, to the point where you can't really ban out a lot of his roams because he plays so many and he plays them so well. And you can see there from a lot of those there. He's just, and especially being able to flex into that Kaja, the comfort that BTK has, where it's like, okay, we can just go ahead, throw Cold World in last, whatever it is, he'll be able to counter it, and we'll be able to pretty much go for the sweep here against Devious activity.
Yeah, and it's also quite cool here that, BTK always kind of had this center of attention spotlight towards MOBA Zane, and we've kind of brought it to the life where it's not just Zane's show anymore. It's not just Kobe's show anymore. It's all the players that are all being involved in this matchup. The spotlight is not only on him. You forgot, Cold World literally has a hero pool of so many things. Nicolette, a power player herself. You can't even have bans to go against basic anymore because you're worried about Zane, you're worried about Cole, you're worried about Nicolette. And then you got Milo here with like an X-Borg, or like a Paquito going full damage, or the Benedetta, or even the Uranus that got banned out this time around. There's so much focusing points on BTK's lineup. It's hard to find a strategy that just works completely well, and I think that's going to be the story about next week, to see how they actually match up and deal with each other.
Well, that is the story of next week, but today the spotlight is still on MOBA Zane because we have an interview with the king himself, Zane. Hey Zane, how you doing? They finally put me up with Zane. I've been getting Milo too much all this time.
I'm doing good.
How you
Thank
feeling?
you for asking. Feeling pretty
right
good
now,
after that.
Good? After that victory. Very, very strong coming in today. Definitely very good drafting as well as performance for all of your teammates as well.
Yeah, I mean, Midnight is doing a pretty good job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys gave a lot of confidence to Midnight and his draft. When he comes in with the draft, do you guys just listen to him, or do you... Because he talked about you wanting to play that alpha last weekend.
Most of the time we will listen to him, but if we want to have fun, like we all suggest things, but usually what Midnight says is what we usually go with.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of offers you this like backbone support for your team, right? Now, on to some spicy questions. I know you pulled yourself out of that drama era, but the drama comes with you because this is NA. So first question is, your old teammate Yato said last week that you only know 3 heroes. What's the MOBA Zane's official response to that?
Good luck good luck in the lower bracket, Yato.
Good luck because we dropped you into the lower bracket. I love it. Now, we know all the players' cameras are in the same lobby before the games and during the game. So how was it seeing Baj and Yato again, though?
It feels... I mean, I don't really mind, you know, but it's... I don't know, like, I still always talk to them, you know, like, we're decently close. We have our own little group chat of the last MSC lineup that we used to play with, so we're still a little bit close. We still always talk.
Mm-hmm. And you still wish them the best, right? You're still really good friends, and what Yato said, obviously, is a friendly banter, is just trying to, you know, add some spice to our midst. And for next week's matches, if, say, in the lower bracket, with Fiends versus DA, do you think DA is gonna come on top?
I think DA will win versus Fiends, yeah.
Mm-hmm. What about Area 77 versus Night Horde?
Is that tomorrow?
If Night Horde if Night Horde wins against Bloodhounds and does face Area 77, what do you feel about the outcome?
I think Area 77 wins that.
All right, that's MOBA Zane's take on the matches next weekend. Now, everyone in the comments has, and I have been wondering as well, we haven't seen your stream lately. What's going on with that?
I just wanted to take a bit of a break, you know, because ranked, a lot of the time when I play with this team, it always sends me West Coast, which I really dislike. I was actually planning to start streaming again, like, I think 2 days ago. I just streamed for the first time in like 3 weeks or something, so I plan to be coming back soon. Just been practicing and mostly just practicing and relaxing.
And that's showing in your performance. Definitely, congratulations again for your second Savage of the season. It's getting clipped everywhere, and are we gonna see more of Alpha in the upcoming matches?
There's a good chance you do, yeah.
Well, guys, look out for that. Now, whoever wins next Saturday will be the first to confirm their ticket to Vegas. How confident are you that you're going to be that team?
I think all of us are extremely confident that we're going to be going to the finals, but we're still trying to take each team, you know, very seriously. But at the end of the day, I'm 100% sure that we will be in the finals.
Well, I can't say on stream, but you know, we're also rooting for BTK going to the finals. So thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you streaming again, Zane, and all the best for next week's tournament.
All right, thank you.
Yo, I just want to say, like, the amount of respect that Zane has for Midnight, it's turning a new leaf for North America, in my opinion. We never really had a lot of the respects for outside help, like managers, coaches, and you know, this time around it definitely seems like BTK is relying on that. It's not necessarily relying, but it works well. Like 1 + 1 = like 3 or 4, and they're getting like exponentially good rewards and benefits and trust onto each other. And the way that he was talking about with Midnight, it's so beautiful. Like, you know, hey, we will follow what he wants us to do. Even though sometimes we want to have fun, he still makes the right call and we respect it. And that was completely different from, let's say, like a M3 MOBA Zane. So props to that guy, man.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting because this question has come up since the beginning, since that M3 run of BTK is like, oh, North America needs a coach. But then the subsequent question is, especially for a team like BTK, what kind of coach do you get that the team members will respect their opinion? And it took a few seasons. Midnight had to beat Mobazane with Avalon in that last series. Maybe garnered a little bit of respect, and to the point that where we're at right now, I want to say that is something that I really took from this interview as well. Is that just the respect he has? You know, we have a say. if there's some picks that we want to say that we want to play out there if we're having fun. But ultimately, whatever he says goes, and that's just an amount of trust to have in a coach like this. That not even that he talks about, oh, you know, we kind of go back and forth about certain options. No, it's just what Midnight says goes, and that's what we're going to have out in the draft. It's very interesting, and it's a new leaf for some teams here in North America, especially with the success. Not just the success, because I want to say I don't think there was anybody in North America that was going to doubt the type of success BTK was had, but the growth that we've seen from them in such a short amount of time, from the beginning of the season to where they are now, where I really think that they have kind of hit their stride as a team, including Midnight's coaching with them. It's all begun to synergize very well.
That's beautiful. I mean, coaches, that's why we have a coach. I mean, football teams have a coach, and then that's the coach's job is to strategize. And then it's the players who performs with their mechanics and to execute the strategy. But it seems like for NA, we're not used to having a coach. And we'll see with BTK how strong a good coach makes a team. I mean, Midnight had to audition his way up from the different teams to finally land to the tried and true of BTK. And so excited to see how they do next week. Now, before we get into what's going to happen next week with and tomorrow with the bracket, let's take a look at today's matches. Well, maybe I think it's because Taylor Swift launched her album this week. Today's matches were unexpectedly Swifty. We heard the GOAT and expected Area 77 to put up a strong fight against UG, yet it seems like we forgot that while the aliens are marching forward, the gladiators are also improving. And for DA versus BTK, it seemed like Midnight adds the missing piece of the puzzle and has put up with all the amazing drafts, exactly what they need to land that victory, and they executed the draft perfectly, landing us a 3-0 sweep as well. Now, for the upcoming matches tomorrow, what do you guys feel? Private, take us through what's going to happen with all the bracket runs.
Well, that was not the only chance for Area 77 in Devious activity, as they're going to be dropping down to round 2 to face the winners tomorrow. It's going to be Fiends taking on Legacy. Tomorrow is going to be a sad day for a lot of teams. You got Fiends taking on Legacy and the Night Horde taking on the Bloodhounds. The winners of those matches are going to face Devious activity or Area 77. And unfortunately for these teams, I believe there's going to be 4 teams going home tomorrow. So the road ends for 4 teams tomorrow, and we continue on.
We definitely continue on. I know tomorrow, Private talked about it. It's a little bit sad for a lot of the people. We've seen a lot of these teams grow throughout the regular season, especially in the round robins. A lot of the teams we root for, some upsets, some spicy matches. But, with all good things, likely comes to a small end. It's a little bittersweet, but tomorrow is going to be quite the day, especially for a lot of these young teams, Liz.
Yeah, I mean, this season, it felt like we were really watching a show. We're pampering each team up. We're building like who we like and then what part do we like about which player, teams. We have these interviews after every match, which makes us bond more with the players. And then we start to feel like it's never ending. Like we're seeing them back and back every weekend, and we don't realize that tomorrow is when everything starts crashing. We go from 8 teams all the way from regular season into 2 weeks of playoffs, and then suddenly there's 4. So that's a huge change, and it's it's an emotional journey for many of the viewers out there, because we're building all this emotion for the teams. We saw Fiends have their dark horse story. We saw Night Horde have their dark horse story. We saw Area 77 take a game from BTK, and tomorrow only 4 teams remain, and that's the beauty of the competition.
Yeah, an emotional road indeed. But that's how things happen here with the playoffs. We're gonna have to say goodbye to some of them. But tonight, I mean, the two, I want to say, 2 top teams, Gaimin and Gladiators and BTK, cementing themselves as 2 of the best in North America. I'm sure there weren't a lot of doubters, I want to say. I want to say a lot of people from the beginning. They've got a lot of fan base. They've been pretty dominant here in North America for multiple seasons as well. But I want to say renewed vigor in both of these teams. We saw the punch-out level now for Gaimin Gladiators. They brought something like just super fresh and new and just really precise with their gameplay in their victories here tonight. And then BTK, the faith and the abilities in their draft when it comes to Midnight and their coaching here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a strong showing this time around, especially with the rise of the impact of coaches. I think a lot of the teams, especially in terms of the next season, could be looking for a lot more outside help. And I think that makes North America a lot more competitive, makes it a lot more organized. And, you know, we've evolved and we've gone from kind of like no coaches into now relying on coaches, having these strategies well put in place, multiple teams championship worthy. Like, we've grown into such a respectable community, and especially with this NACT coming through, like, it's been quite a wonderful event so far. Again, it's a little bit bittersweet, it's a little bit sad, making me want to shed a little bit tears, but still we have plenty of matches coming through.
Well, whether it's tears of joy or tears of sadness for tomorrow, any last words you want to say to the winning teams today or the teams that are dropping to a lower bracket tomorrow?
This is the time to kind of pull out all the stops. A lot of people are kind of monkeying around with a lot of those roster changes. Drafting has become a big thing here right now. We've seen what a lot of those outside the box kind of picks have. We saw how I want to say mildly successful Devious activity was here against BTK when it came to some of those. But I mean, right now, this is the last chance. We were talking about it. Losers, it's not just dropping to the lower bracket now tomorrow. Tomorrow, losers are going home. So if there's something that you've been meaning to try, if there's some practice you need to get in, tomorrow is the day to really shine for it, because it's your last chance to find yourself a seat in Vegas.
And, you know, for me, I just want to let you guys know that the Masha was open every single game. The Natan also has been a great pick. I do want to see some of the Arlott and Louis action. A lot of these teams, in order for them to progress into the next level, they got to try a lot of different things, and it's already been proven overseas that these are significant winning compositions. You can build very unique physical and magic heavy composition that's extremely hard to defend. And I think for North America to get onto that next level, that is the direction that we should be going, and we are, right? We are going into that direction. But once again, right, Masha, let open. Guys, please, Masha and Natan, try it out.
Guys, listen to our coaches right here. I mean, well said, guys. You gave very critical advice to our players tomorrow. And I'm sure whoever's listening will see some of these picks come up tomorrow. But that wraps up for the upper bracket series of week 2 for the playoffs. I'm so happy to be joined with these lovely people to cast this very exciting matches, and for the fact that the other 3 have to be left with the sorrow and the sadness from tomorrow's matches of people actually going home. But tomorrow we do have losers round 1 as well as losers quarterfinals, and 4 teams unfortunately will end their spring season journey and hop on the train ride home. But that's how the speed that the NACT spring is going, and we wish best of luck for all the teams tomorrow, and the 3 of us will see you next week.